Good morning. This is October 30th, meeting for the Strategic Planning Council Committee of a Whole. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. We have an agenda before us. Looking for adoption of the agenda, please. Ms. Councillor Graham, thank you. All those in favor? Carried. The minutes of the September 18th Committee of the Whole meeting, Strategic Plan. Any errors, omissions? If not, if I could get a motion. Yeah. Councillor Lohi, thank you. All those in favor? Carried. Wonderful. Getting into Public Works, 4.1. I'll pass it over to Mr. Magnus.
All right. Good morning, Chair Swanson, Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole. I, along with Mr. Scott Bertel, our Fleet Supervisor, are before you today on the behalf of Clearwater County Administration with the recommendation that the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole recommends Council approves an increase to the Public Works Operations 2024 budget to fund 2 new full-time positions, an apprentice heavy equipment technician and a project technologist. If it so pleases the committee, what I would like to do is provide an overview to each of the positions, whereby upon completion of the overview, provide the committee an opportunity to make comments and or ask questions. At the very end, I will summarize the 2 positions via a SWOT analysis and then provide some concluding remarks. Okay, very first one is the apprentice heavy equipment technician. Public Works Operations currently has 4 journeyman heavy equipment technicians, 1 wrap shop apprentice student, and a fleet supervisor. Due to the increased workload, an additional position of apprentice heavy equipment technician would be essential to meet the current and future expected level of services. The increased workload can be attributed to the following reasons. Our technicians are significantly challenged with increasing day-to-day inspection and maintenance items, along with the support to solid waste recycling and fire services. The team is stretched thin when mechanical support is needed for fire and other emergencies. Ongoing infrastructure upgrades and replacement. As such, paving projects have added more kilometers to Clearwater County's snow plowing routes. This requires the purchase of 2 new plow trucks and equipment, which adds to more inspection and maintenance duties. Clearwater County currently services over 300 pieces of equipment. Currently, a level 1 wastewater operator is required for the new Lesville wastewater treatment facility. As of 2024, one of the county's heavy equipment technicians is transitioning into this new role due to his personal interest and mechanical expertise. As a result, at least 20%, if not more, of his daily time will be reallocated to Lesville wastewater operations. Furthermore, a level 2 wastewater operator will be needed if and when other hamlets are tied into the facility in the future, i.e. Withrow and Alhambra. This may potentially further require a full-time wastewater operator instead of the time reallocation from the heavy equipment technician position. The amalgamation between the county and the village of Caroline is currently under discussion. If the county and the village proceed with the amalgamation, we foresee the need for, at the very least, an apprentice technician, since more mechanical expertise would be necessary to meet future demand. Utilizing an additional apprentice heavy equipment technician would give Public Works the ability to address the regular maintenance and regulatory requirements rather than having to outsource to a third-party contractor, which will jeopardize current level of service or expectations, as well as the flexibility to prioritize tasks and provide timely support during an emergency. The additional apprentice heavy equipment technician would increase the Public Works operational budget by approximately $86,000, which is the combined salary and benefits. At this point, I'll turn it over to the committee should they have any further comments or questions regarding this position.
Yes, Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an opportunity, because there's a lot of different programs going on provincially and federally, particularly with trades, is there an opportunity for any grants for an apprentice or like subsidizing this potential position with the provincial or federal government?
Yes, and that's something, and we do continue to look into, and that would be definitely something we would investigate. So there is the potential for that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary?
Yes.
The fire services used to be go to Red Deer, I believe. Is that still, like, we're doing it in-house now? Is it better to be doing it in-house, or should we be sending the fleet back to, I believe it was Rocky Mount Phoenix?
Okay, I'll turn that one over to Mr. Bertel.
So we can take that off your plate.
Yes, that's correct. It used to go to Rocky Mount Phoenix. We find we're able to, more efficiently do the repairs in-house, more of in a timely manner kind of thing. There is some, there's times where we need assistance. We'll get the dealer to help us out with something like that, but the majority of it, we do it in-house, and saves travel time and just in the name of efficiency, we can respond.
Is that
quicker.
the same with all of the pieces of equipment then, that you could potentially go to a dealership just like a fire truck, but it's more efficient if we do it right here in-house?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. It comes down to level of service. What we're finding is if we take it to a third-party contractor, what typically then we just fall in line with everyone else. They'll say to us, yeah, we'll have it to you in 2 weeks, sort of thing, or we can get you in 2 weeks, that sort of thing. So it comes down to level of service. By having the ability to do it in-house, it's a quicker turnaround. We're not put in the queue with whatever organization we would have to utilize outside of being able to do it in-house.
Thank you.
So I have a question in regards to finding the parts, et cetera. Does that still fall, like do we keep a certain inventory online or, within, or are we waiting like everybody else and no different than the shop in Red Deer that's waiting for, a part for us as well?
Being we work with this equipment all the time, we know what the items that fail, and we definitely keep stock of those items for sure.
Okay.
Just to create that efficiency. So,
Okay.
absolutely.
Perfect. Any further questions? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Morning. What's the wage scale difference between a level 1 wastewater and a heavy-duty mechanic? Are they basically the same? What are we substituting?
I'd have to research that. I'm not sure. I'd have to get back to you on that one, what we're looking at in terms of salary-wise.
Okay.
Supplementary, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Will we need to buy tools, provide a truck to this apprentice? A workspace, like what else is related to this position?
They would not require any additional tools. We already have basically all the tools we need in regards to that already in-house. In terms of a truck, the only time a vehicle would be required by this individual is if we were to put this individual on our on-call rotation. So if they're on call during that week, they would be provided a vehicle. So it would be nothing above and beyond in regards to that position.
So, pardon me. It would just be a pool vehicle then?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and we have enough tools now to be shared with another tradesman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lougheed?
Yeah, I guess my question's really simple, but just wanted a reassurance that there is enough space within our Public Works facility to handle the addition to staff?
To handle the additional, yes. In terms of the additional equipment, no. That building, as you know, we have 2 additional trucks coming on, plow trucks here. We were supposed to get them for November 1st. They won't arrive till January, February. And then we have another additional 2 arriving next year, hopefully. They take about 18 months to come in. And as a result of that, we are running short on space and storage, particularly heated space, because during the winter season, we need to keep those trucks inside during the winter season. And as a result, right now, space is very, very tight in regards to keeping our equipment inside. Just as a note, administration will be coming back to the Strategic Planning Committee of the whole in the new year, putting that information before you in regards to the limits of space that we have. But back to your original question, we do have the space in regards to having an additional a technician come on. That is not, will not be a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Regarding any amalgamation discussions, I would expect that the village already has someone doing their wastewater and that we will have to take that person into our staff. Is that not a reasonable solution for a wastewater specialist?
I'm not one to comment on that. That's above my pay grid. So that's still as part of the amalgamation discussions. I can't comment to that.
Yes. Okay, I have another. When we were out at Leslieville, looking over the site, cutting the ribbon, I believe, the contractor was proudly telling us the high level of automation that they have. And I guess I'm struggling to balance that with, you know, needing to have 20% of a person there, you know, of a man day on the site.
Yeah, so what they failed to inform council, again, they gave you high level. So in the meetings we've had thus far with the contractor, along with, well, contractors period, there's a number of contractors there that were in communication along with Magna, is there are weekly requirements associated in terms of maintenance, testing, etc., along with monthly and yearly. And upon further investigation in regards to these duties associated with this site, it adds up to about 20%. It is actually much more than one would perceive by just looking at the facility.
So 1 day a week, basically.
Yeah, 1-2 days a week. Yeah, and accounting for the monthly or even the ad hoc responsibilities associated with that facility as well. Yeah, at the very least, if not 2 days a week.
Okay.
You're done?
No, I'm not.
One more? Okay, here we go.
Have we tried negotiating a priority service with, you know, an outside shop? It would seem to me to be beneficial to have the ability in a peak time to be able to send out some work, and then we keep our staff at an average. Is that possible to be done?
I believe it would be possible. I guess we'd be looking at definitely guaranteeing that work, you know, on a monthly basis, just to keep that priority. That's definitely something we could look into.
Yeah, but again, it's usually these organizations, they want guaranteed work, because by allowing us to have that time, they'll lose customers elsewhere. So again, as Mr. Patel said, we could look into it, but there are some challenges associated with that, definitely, particularly as Scott pointed out, is these shops would need to see guaranteed work from us. And the season in itself fluctuates in regards to you know, the equipment that needs to be serviced and so on. It definitely provides some challenges there, both for ourselves and the third party, if a third party even so chooses to move in that direction.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I definitely see we have more equipment, there's definitely gonna be more of a need. Is there an opportunity though to find efficiencies with our neighbors? I kind of like the direction that Councillor Ratcliffe was going. I'm not saying that we may not need another person, but potentially there's an opportunity through the ICC structure to actually talk with our neighbors and see if there can be some efficiencies found between the town, Public Works Department and our department and the Villages Department. And we can work together as much as possible. We're being told a lot that collaboration is very important. Perhaps it's a conversation that we need to have through the ICC and look at efficiencies that can be found throughout the three of us.
Any further questions? Nope. CEO Emmons.
Thank you. Good morning, committee. Absolutely. The one thing I would point out, the Village of Caroline has no mechanical staff whatsoever. The town of Rocky has held their mechanical staff when they gave up in the partnership. They were responsible for maintaining the fire equipment. So their staffing complement currently echoes their fleet staff. I don't believe ICC would find any efficiencies in this realm, but I think that's something to always be cognizant of, is those partnerships and if there is potential. But in this case, we are very limited.
Thank you. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee members. Mr. Magnus, you talked about the increased efficiency of having someone in-house versus contracting out these services. I would imagine that it's probably more cost-effective as well. Is that accurate?
Yes, definitely. By using our personnel, it's definitely much more cost-effective. And that's partly why when I put a budget together each year, of course, I have my staff, they help me to put it together, and we find efficiencies wherever we can. And we hope to provide that to you again here come budget deliberations in December. And part of that is the ability to do it in-house, and not only in terms of cost savings, but time-wise as well. And that's partly why we're able to keep the increase to our budget to a minimum and minimize it. So yes, Mr. Hagan is absolutely correct. The ability to do it in-house has definite savings.
Curious, in regards to the RAP student, does that sometimes turn around into a future employment here at the county as well, whether it be in, I'm just curious how long we've been doing the RAP program here, and have some of those students that have come through the RAP program ended up as employees?
The RAP program has been in effect for as long as I've been here anyways. And so far, to the best of my knowledge and memory, and Scott can speak to this as well, we have not got to the point where any of those have returned to us or transitioned into a full-time position within this organization.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yes. Mr. Magnus, can you explain to me what your maintenance program is? I take it that if we have a certain piece of equipment, we keep hourly rates on it, and something that needs to be replaced, we replace it before it busts, so that we're not broke down on the road. Do we have a pretty good maintenance program that way?
Yes, we actually have a fleet and maintenance fleet plan. that, you know, that provides guidance as to when to replace equipment, life cycle information and that kind of thing in there, so we have a very good plan.
Yeah, I was more meaning individual piece of equipment. There's certain pieces that wear out before other pieces. Do we keep those pieces in stock so that we're repairing it before it breaks down out on the road or out on the job site? Like when I was in construction, if there was a piece of equipment that we wore out in 200 hours, we replaced it in 190 hours. Is that the kind of maintenance program we have?
Yes, that's definitely what we strive for. That's kind of a preventive maintenance. We're doing that all the time.
Okay.
And then with that, you know, we'll have, I'm gonna use a plow truck, for example. We don't wanna have a plow truck go down, so I'll have a hydraulic pump will fail unexpectedly. So I have a spare one on the shelf, so it's a matter of just, you know, taking that half a day, installing that piece of equipment and keeping that vehicle frontline and reliable, so.
Okay, perfect. And so our heavy duty mechanics and our tech people keep track of this? Or is there another person in an office that keeps track of all of these maintenance items that need to be replaced before it's a bust and fix?
We've got a maintenance program that's on the computer there, and all the technicians that do any work to any piece of equipment, it's all recorded and put into that database. So it's always available, so we can go back and say, you know, this piece of equipment, you know, the same thing failed 10 times, you know, what's going on here? Is it do we need to change how we're using that equipment, or do we need a better replacement, or what have you, so.
Perfect, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. You stated that there's obviously efficiencies and that it's cheaper to do it in-house, and that you're short-staffed. Does that mean that last year's outsourcing mechanical budget was over $86,000? Was it more, like, if we're saying we have to have an in-house person because it's cheaper, is then we've had to outsource more than that, the cost of another person?
We're definitely trending that way. We're going to be outsourcing more. Just the amount of inspections and maintenance to all the equipment, and then having that one technician, you know, spending some time into the waste side of things, so.
And this would prevent that from happening before we even get to the point where we're at this large of a outsourced budget?
This would definitely, you know, mitigate that from getting worse, for sure.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
All right, we'll carry on then.
Okay. Thank you, committee. The next position is the project technologist. Public Works has budgeted annually for the engineering intern position for a 2-year temporary employment term since 2018. It has proven to be very successful. From an initial exploration stage to a cost-benefit analysis, we realized that we have been training and investing in temporary employees who leave our employment to work for other municipalities or engineering firms. We subsequently start over again from scratch when hiring new interns. Our loss is the time, training, and investment of this invaluable intern that then becomes employed by others. Accordingly, we are requesting that we transition from a training intake model of employment to providing full-time and ongoing employment for a project technologist for 2024. This position would be a beneficial resource to the organization in supporting day-to-day operations and in performing and providing the following current duties and responsibilities. Research issues identified by ratepayers and council and provide background information. Research and draft policies, procedures, and bylaws, gather statistics, and clarify legislative requirements. Prepare reports and recommendations for council. Conduct field site inspections, prepare and complete documentation. Research specifications proposed by the county's engineering subcontractors. Research and analyze engineering studies and projects, summarize data, and prepare reports for council. Research and review pertinent provincial and federal regulatory requirements, including funding and grant opportunities. Assist in the implementation of programs and projects. prepares agenda items for director and CAO review prior to submission to council. In addition, utilization of such an in-house resource can be very cost-effective relative to using an outside third-party consultant. This position would also be beneficial to Public Works if amalgamation between the county and the village of Caroline proceeds. As such, administration would like to recommend the transition of a 2-year contract temporary engineering intern position to a permanent full-time project technologist position. This adjustment would increase the Public Works operation budget by approximately $66,000, which is combined salary and benefits.
All right, council or committee of the whole have any questions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned that it's more cost-effective to do this in-house, but sometimes a third-party look at some of these projects is actually super beneficial. To have an outside look at some things, because sometimes you're too in it to see it when you're in the county. So are we still gonna be looking at third-partying, or will this remove that bird's eye view outside look?
To say it's going to be removed completely would be misleading. There are situations where we will have to utilize the expertise of outside sources. That's a given, definitely, of whether it be an engineering firm, an environmental firm, and so on. But we found, especially with this position and the background associated with the individuals who we've had thus far, even with Sean Ho, who's our current engineering intern. I mean, this individual has a master's in engineering and is an extremely intelligent young man, and we've been able to utilize him in such a way that the expertise in his background is such that it has minimize the use of having to bring out outside organization. But again, I will emphasize there are times where we would still need to utilize an outside source depending upon the situation or the what needs to be investigated.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Are there grants for interns?
Yes, there are, and we do review those. I know there's grants for the planning and development. Again, we continually look for those, and we would definitely seek those out if they were available. Yes.
Have we been using those grants for interns?
Yes, for other departments have been utilizing them. Yeah, definitely. I know planning development, I believe fire services as well. Thus far, though, for our side of it, Public Works, no.
Yeah. Okay, as far as training and expertise, I would see that as a two-way street, and I think you just highlighted it with our current intern, that our people also learn from someone who is fresh out of university and has the latest background on engineering. So, you know, I think it's a two-way exchange, not a total loss. Does this salary and benefits number that you provided, does that take into account the difference of having grants for interns?
Again, I'd have to see what's available out there to give you a definitive answer to that. We would have to research it out. Yeah, I couldn't tell you for sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lohi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I guess my question here is this full-time position, it's described as a project technologist, and you're also describing having an engineer on staff. I know there could be a salary difference between those two levels of education, skills, background. I guess the intent I see here is a technologist, but I'm also hearing that you're describing an engineer as filling that role. So I just got to kind of understand where we're going with this and what the end result would be.
Sure. The salary associated with this individual would be along the same lines as what we would currently provide and is assigned to our supervisors, so they would be on the same grid in regards to that. Now, I reference an engineer. Of course, we would, in terms of the job description itself, that would be an asset, so it would be indicated as an asset, definitely. And when this position was established back in 2018, we designated as that, an engineering intern, and how it came about essentially was we were approached by the individual at the time, you may recall, was Devin, was the individual, and he needed to complete his degree, and as such he needed a year of experience. And so it just happened to work out in regards to losing some personnel on staff in regards to whether it was maternity leave or such, that we thought we'd give that an individual an opportunity, and it blossomed, and as a result, that's the path it took, that individual that came on was in the process of either just completing their engineering degree and needed the work experience, or had just completed their degree and were brought on now to provide them some experience. So the engineering designation was just associated with how that position came about. And again, it would be recognized as an asset in the descriptor when we put it out there for the project technologist. And mind you, it could be an H or 8 graduate as well, so.
I guess I could follow up, and not to undermine the great work that's been done by our interns in the past and stuff like that. There would be some efficiency if we were getting an engineer for a technologist salary. That's all I'm saying there, and I don't know if our expectations would be validated in the future if we expected to get an engineer for a technologist salary, but I guess that would always be up to that individual. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How are these positions being hired? They're posted externally, like the same type of process that we've used historically, or are we hoping to fill these in-house? How are we fulfilling this?
So what we've done in the past, we have posted it externally, and we've also gone to the various educational institutions. So U of A, U of C, NAIT, SAIT, and we've put postings up there as well in regards to wanting to attract recent graduates, or even those, much like when we had Devin. All he needed was a year's worth of experience to complete his degree requirements. And so, yeah, we use multiple resources or avenues to allow us to bring on the individual that's best suited for this position.
Thank you.
I guess for myself, I look at it as an introductory of some of these interns coming in, or some of these students coming in and getting a taste of the municipal world. And if we don't allow or don't encourage that, it's really hard. I think we're doing a disservice to our community as a whole, our society as a whole, because how are they getting a taste of this through their youth? And you never know, that might come as a full circle. They may come back and say, well, that was the best time learning about the basics, and then get a taste of I'll say the private business, and then say, oh, I really want to go back to the that municipal aspect of it. And so I'm tossed on this. I'm really am, because I see the benefits of having. I understand the loss of training. I understand the loss of the opportunity to secure that position and look for continuity. But at the same time, I look at it as, what are we doing as a county to help encourage, I'll just say, people that come from outside the area to come and learn this as well. So there is, did you have anything further?
Yep,
Okay.
I'm just going to wrap it up here now.
You bet.
What I would like to do, thank you, Chair Swanson, and I'll have Alana pull up the PowerPoint. And so I'll just wrap up with a bit of a preamble, followed by a SWOT analysis, and then concluding remarks. So due to the increased workload, additional positions of a heavy equipment apprentice technician and a project technologist would be essential to meet the expected level of service. Utilizing these two positions would give Public Works the ability to maintain efficiency and productivity, as well as prioritize for urgent requests and assistance. Utilizing these two positions can be very cost-effective relative to using an outside third-party service provider or consultant. So what I'd like to do now is just have the opportunity to further provide some background by way of a SWOT analysis. So as you can see up there, we'll look at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The SWOT analysis is to assess counties' internal strengths and weakness, as well as external opportunities and threats. It helps to identify counties' current competitive advantages and future potentials. So having said that, let's look at some of the strengths. The strengths of bringing on these two positions include keeping the efficiency to respond to inquiries and requests in a timely manner, addressing regular operations and regulatory requirements, addressing the increased ad hoc requests and infrastructure upgrades replacement, prioritizing tasks and providing timely support during an emergency, adding in-depth knowledge and technical expertise, and finally, maintaining an effective management of public works operations. Let's take a look at some of the weaknesses. There's definitely a potential skill gap between the existing staff and new member. Effective collaboration and training is essential. Some initial integration challenges may be seen. Training of a new technician may have temporary disruptions on the fleet and equipment operations. However, the team's efficiency and productivity will be significantly increased after the initial training period. Personnel investment, job advertising and hiring costs, salary, benefit, and training of the new employee. And just as an aside, when I crunch the numbers, if we bring these two positions on, both a heavy equipment technician and transition the engineering intern to a project technologist position, we would see a 0.8% increase to the overall Public Works anticipated 2024 budget. What are some of the threats? Insufficient staffing resources due to the increased workload, projects, and ad hoc requests. Emergency management. Sufficient mechanical support is crucial in the event of fire and other emergencies. Talent retention. Recruitment and retention of heavy equipment and engineering professionals is difficult in a rural area. Organizational growth would need professionals with strong technical expertise. Outsourcing the service would be very expensive for the organization relative to utilizing in-house staff. And as mentioned by Mr. Bertel, we are indeed farming out some of the maintenance to outside sources, which we have typically done in-house. What are the opportunities? Both positions would improve service delivery, enhance the organization efficiency, and create opportunities for growth. Support ongoing operations and requests, again, provide timely assistance in emergencies, assist with improved on-call, sick leave, and vacation coverage, and succession planning. In conclusion, both positions would benefit the organization by maintaining productivity, improving response times, and maintaining and enhancing service delivery. Additionally, an apprentice heavy equipment technician is beneficial to the regular maintenance and regulatory requirements required to much of Clearwater County's equipment, as well as to the county's flexibility to prioritize tasks and provide timely mechanical support during an emergency. A project technologist creates opportunities to conduct research, analyze data, perform qualitative and quantitative risk analysis, review regulatory requirements, draft policies, procedures, and agenda items, and promptly respond to ratepayer and/or council's requests and inquiries. Thank you.
Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I want to go back to the two-year contract temporary position. I see that it's a contract position we're looking for. What benefits do we give contractors? Because you see at the bottom there, combined salary and benefits for $66,000.
Okay, yeah, right now the position, the engineering intern, is under a contract. And what we're asking for is the transition from on a contract basis to a full-time employee with Clearwater County, whereby they would receive all the benefits associated with being a full-time equivalent.
But this first 2 years would be strictly a contract. No?
No, we've had this position since 2018. It has been a contract position, so they don't receive all the benefits and such that one would typically receive or put into the retirement in terms of pension and so on. So they're on just a contract basis right now, and that's how we've been employing this individual.
Sorry,
Ms. Anderson.
Squire.
this is not an independent contractor. When Kurt's referring to contract, he means an employment contract. So we set up an employment contract to hire an employee for up to 2 years. So we're still responsible for a portion of that person's benefits, vacation leave, and we do pay them a salary. So they're not working for anybody else, which is usually the case of an independent contractor. We're just one person an independent contractor could work for. But in an employment contract situation, that person only works for us.
Yeah, so it's not truly a contract.
It's an employment.
Employment contract, okay. I just wanted that clear, thanks.
Any further questions? Councillor Louis.
I guess my question relates back to the apprentice heavy-duty mechanic position. Is that the intent to keep that as an apprentice position moving forward? Or is we would, like many apprentices, transition into a journeyman? Is the intent then at some point in time to come back and say, now we need to have a role for our apprentice as they graduate into a journeyman? And then still keeping an apprentice position open? I'm just trying to understand.
Sure. Our intent is to keep this individual, and we've had success in the past in regards to that. We had 2 individuals, one has since retired, but this individual came on, was already an employee with the county, and chose to move into a different career path with the county, and took on the role as an apprentice mechanic. We had that position for that individual, and they completed their apprenticeship and remained with the organization as a journeyman heavy equipment technician. And then we had a second one as well, and that individual is still with us. And at the time was perfect just in regards to the increased workload, and again, transitioned from an apprentice to a journeyman heavy equipment technician. And our intent is that we're going to do everything we can to keep this individual, having put this individual through the training and such, and to have this individual remain with Clearwater County as a journeyman heavy equipment technician. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
What other goods, materials, services will we have to provide this technologist? You know, like workspace, transportation, laptops, like, you know, I'm thinking, what are the unintended consequences?
Nothing beyond that this individual now currently utilizes. So they already have a workspace. There's a workspace for this individual, this position, already a laptop, computer space, etc. So nothing above and beyond what's currently required for this individual.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So it's actually an application for a journeyman mechanic. Just happens to take a little bit longer.
No, it's we're asking for an apprentice. Yeah, eventually we'll transition to that, but right now it's for an apprentice.
So this position won't change to be a journeyman position?
We're hoping it will, that they'll go to a
Okay, so
journeyman.
we're actually
and,
asking for a journeyman that just happens to start out as an apprentice. So what does the 86,000 turn into when they're no longer an apprentice, when they become the journeyman?
Sorry.
Yes.
It's a 4-year apprenticeship program. It's up to that person whether they can actually attain the training that they need and the education in order to become a journeyman at the end of the road. I think that one of the things I'm gonna make that jump, even though Mr. Magnus didn't. I think we're actually trying to look at the future. These are very, very physical jobs. We don't know if everybody's gonna stay healthy. We don't know if anybody's gonna end up on short-term disability. So we're also trying to plan for what could happen down the road. I don't know about you. I know I can't predict my health 4 years from now. So again, that's one of the things that we're trying to take a look at, is to do some stuff, long-term planning.
So give us some more depth.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any more comments or any questions from council? Councillor Graham?
I don't have any questions. I have some thoughts that I've kind of been jotting down as we've been going along here, and most of them pertain to the heavy-duty equipment apprentice technician, because that's kind of my better understanding in the world. You know, we were kind of warned that we were told this was coming before we approved more paving, so this isn't really a surprise to have in front of us. And it's logical that with more service level increases, that the responsibility of the shop's gonna increase. I think that it would be hard to say, you know, this is how much we're outsourcing to be done, because to avoid outsourcing, please correct me if I'm wrong, things will sit and wait longer to be fixed. So I'll use a packer, for example, it could be sitting there for 2 weeks to be fixed because they're fixing, obviously fire service comes before a packer would. And for that reason, maybe there's less outsourcing than we may think. It's also, being in this world, I know what a challenge it is to get into shops right now. You know, you can have the tiniest thing that needs to be fixed, and I am no mechanic, and I'm never gonna be a mechanic. That is not something that I find enjoyable, but you have to send it to the shop to get fixed because of that, and you're waiting 2 weeks, and then it's another week for the part, and it is just an absolute nightmare right now. And the shop fees are just getting higher and higher. It does not, in 2 days, you can rack up a $10,000 bill at Western Star. So I can definitely see the benefit to doing it all in-house, because having someone who's on a salary is so much more inexpensive than paying a $170 an hour shop rate somewhere else. And I certainly see the benefit too to having the same people working on the same things. Like it just makes sense that having the same person is gonna be more efficient. It just makes sense. I don't think I need to go into detail at that. And also the benefits, I'll use packers again as an example. If they're all on the same rotation, which I think is something they try to do if possible, they can come out to the job site and service all 3 packers at the same time, instead of having to send them off or calling CAT or something to service them. And there's more efficiencies there as well as on the jobs, which is important as well. And yeah, and then the project technologist, my only concern with this one is that we're still gonna have a turnover, because people are gonna come here and they're gonna get the experience, and then, as it's been mentioned, it's a technologist rate for an engineer is what we're kind of hoping for here. They'll get the experience and they'll go somewhere else that they're gonna get paid more. So that's my only concern with that one. I don't have a lot of experience in that world, so it's not something I can comment on more, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion. There's one before us. That this Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole recommends council approve an increase to the Public Works Operations budget to fund 2 new full-time positions, an apprentice heavy equipment technician and a project technologist. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will make that motion. I also look back on last year's budget when the 3 days or 10 days, however long it actually was. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, your budget actually was lower last year. You ended up being under the bar, which was very impressive, and I'm sure you'll find efficiencies like you did last year again that will make this not as difficult come budget time, so.
Yeah, our budget, if I remember correctly, including public works infrastructure, our increase was 0.8% over the previous year. 0.2% is for operations and then bringing in infrastructure. So we try our best to maintain the efficiencies and keep it reasonable. Yes, thank you.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that you will again, so I will make this motion.
Thank you. Any comments to the motion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I can't support this motion. for a number of reasons. I think it's too soon to be investing in possible futures. I don't think we can compare wages to an outside shop rate because we're ignoring our own shop costs when we make that comparison. I think the situation that I think there's going to be a lot more costs than just this, that it's like we pave a road and now we have to buy another plow truck. And we buy another plow truck and now we need more heated storage. And the cost ends up being significantly more to the taxpayer. I may not remember what I had for breakfast, but I do recall the meeting at Dover Court about the North Quarter Administration Building where I think it was a foreman from one of the local shops stood up and said, okay, we support 4 times as much equipment or several times more equipment with the same space and the same people as the county. So I think there is room for other efficiencies here because I doubt that adding these people is going to provide a significant increase in efficiency to justify that cost to the taxpayer.
Any further comments before I call the question? I'm just going to quickly respond to Councillor Ratcliffe. I understand where the difficulties would be in trying to understand those unintended consequences, as you so said. I also look at the fact that this organization runs as lean as it can and has been over the last 5 years that I have observed, and understanding the decisions that we're going to be recommending to council today, the added extra workload in other in furthering our strategic plan, I feel we may be hindering that our department's opportunity to help fulfill council's decision when it comes time to budget. So I will be supporting the motion as it stands. Anyone else? Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, I'll just weigh in quickly here, but I do support trades. I also, for efficiency's sake, I support this. And I've mentioned before about unnecessary roles in society, but I think this is a very valuable position. This will offer valuable good or service to society, so I will support it.
Awesome. So I will call the question then. All those in favor of the motion as written? Those opposed? Carried. All right. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just looking for some direction on if this would be an appropriate time to request that we have the ICCs look into efficiencies between the 3 municipal partners, or if that should be coming to a later council meeting. What would administration prefer?
Yes.
Thank you for the question. We always do. I would suggest that needs to stay on the radar forever. At this time, when 2 of the municipalities are looking at joining, that will create some new dynamics where there will be opportunity for efficiencies as well, and truly get down to 2 players where it's a partnership, which will look dramatically different. But we continually do. So whatever comfort this committee has, we can bring it forward to the ICC. But please know that administration's, it's a continual effort.
Thank you. Do you need a motion to that effect to ensure that it is a task on the books to do so?
Absolutely.
Okay, then I would like to motion that we task administration to reach out to the ICC to find cooperation opportunities within the public works departments.
Would that be a recommendation to council?
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
Recommendation to council to do so. Forget one strategic planning.
Does everyone understand the motion? Recommendation? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. I know this next topic is gonna be a big one, so I'm just wondering if we should just take our quick 5-minute break to fill up our coffees, because we know we're gonna be in and we'll come back in 10 minutes, please. And welcome back. We are continuing on with our agenda. We have at 4.2, the Nordegg Development Capital Budget Plan. And I believe that goes over to you, Mr. Hanson.
Yes, well, good morning, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, committee members. We have lots to talk about today. I will try to keep my summaries as short as possible, but I want to really provide opportunities for council to ask questions. We're all very familiar with the projects we'll be bringing forward today. That's going to be my job today to really explain some of the complications, some of the options available to council, and hopefully answer some questions. So this conversation today is in preparation, of course, for the 2024 budget deliberations. 4 major items there we want to talk about today, of course, being the South Townsite Access Road, staff housing, the Nordegg Library, which should be really short, and the trailer dumping station. So again, council's very familiar with all 4 of these items, and really want to start right into the Nordegg South Access Road. So as you can see behind me, I'm not an artist. I really wanted to try to explain the major complication that's come with the South Townsite Access Road. There again, it's no surprise to council that the area that this 850 meters of road is scheduled to go through is an environmentally sensitive area due to the Shunda Creek. It's habitat to bull trout as well as other sensitive natures there. So we've had was started in 2022. Of course, we have multiple stakeholders with Alberta Environment, DFO, Native Consultation. So of course, the objective is to try to get a bridge across Shunda Creek and then an intersection up to Highway 11 that's going to match the same intersection that goes north into the subdivision. Everything's gone well up to the DFO application, associated with the proximity to the little pink oxbow that comes close to the creek. That is the biggest hang-up that's come with this alignment as it was proposed or originally applied for. The bridge, we build bridges every day, and the bridges and the mitigation measures required to create the bridge has never been the issue. It really has been the proximity of the road to that oxbow is within the riparian area of 30 meters of this creek. And we've kind of alluded to this earlier there this year that DFO never says no. They just keep adding conditions that make it basically cost prohibitive. So I provided 3 options to council for its consideration today. Unfortunately, it was never a cheap option or a cheap road to build in the first place. We had estimated this at $3.2 million to construct the road and the bridge. The one option, of course, would be to try to get away from this environmentally sensitive area, to get outside this 30-meter buffer, longer bridge. It's not, of course, whenever you're trying to design a bridge, you want to try to cross a water body as square as possible to try to, keep your bridge as short as possible, because of course, longer bridge, more money. So what we're proposing actually is to move the road over farther to the east. Of course, creates a little bit more road, a little bit more wetland impact in the public lands area. Of course, slightly longer bridge. It's approximately about $2 million in additional. So it goes from 3.2 to 5 and change. We would have to do some additional permitting. Of course, when we submitted the first permits for public lands, where this is the area we required, the native consultation was done on that area. If we were going to, if this committee recommends to council that we move the bridge over to avoid this riparian area, there would be some additional permitting required. It should be expedited because the process is already well on its way, but we would have to start on a new permit application. The option 2, I do want to spend a little bit of time, what DFO has basically proposed includes an offsetting plan. There's very few examples to go off for this offsetting plan, but basically if you want to go in that 30-meter buffer, what they've done is you have to create a environmental sustainability plan for additional area outside of what so basically if you're removing this small amount here, you need to offset that by sometimes 10-fold somewhere else. So that includes planting trees. Well, first you have to create the plan. It has to be an approved plan by an engineer, an environmental engineer, and have all of the basically the checklist and priorities that they have checked off. So the range from $30,000 to $100,000 to just to create the plan is step one. Beyond that would be the capital cost of trying to implement this plan, which includes, let's say, planting trees in a riparian area to enhance a riparian area. And then a plan is only as good as what it is trying to accomplish. Now you have to monitor that for possibly 10 plus years. So there again, high level estimates that could be upwards of $450,000 until the plan's created and implemented. We don't know what those, but it's definitely a long-term maintenance costs. Nothing that we have anything comparable for, and it's designed to communicate to us, please find other options. Like I say, it's never a no, but it's, if this was the only option that we had to be there because of another restriction, really the restriction is just moving away to get out of this sensitive area. Option three, you know, this is, I'm going to say at today's development rate of Nordegg, it's a nice to have. It's not the need to have today. It's not, it is part of the long-range transportation plan of Nordegg to have that second egress to, you know, divert that quarry traffic up out of the populated areas. The development, there's no other development pressure that says that this road needs to be constructed today. It is a nice to have. And then of course there's, so the option would be to move it farther down the timeline. If there was other granting opportunities or pressure that we could to have a partnership, whether it be federal or provincial, that would be nice. Right now, this is currently funded entirely by Clearwater County. Of course, the fourth option, which is we've talked about numerous times, is an access road south toward the Nordegg industrial area. It doesn't check a whole lot of the boxes in the development plan for Nordegg in administration's, in our opinion. It does provide an egress to the south, which would be its primary use and benefit. We don't have a large development in the industrial area, even with the additional 14 lots. We wouldn't ever, it's not a high volume road that would be accessing that area. It wouldn't remove the quarry road, heavy truck traffic out of the populated areas. It doesn't tick that box. Yeah, and it's really not, you know, everybody that's going to and from Nordegg for the population base from the north or off of Highway 11 would be either coming from, primarily from Stewart Street or this other access. So really with that, I wanted to maybe just stop with that with the summary and be happy to open it up for questions.
All right, we'll start with Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Not really a question, more of a, I've been tooting this horn since I got elected, that I really feel that it should be a true egress route, and traffic going the same direction from almost the same place. I don't feel it is the safety egress route that we really need. I think that we need that other option out onto the trunk out to the industrial area. And I also think that as a council, we need to advocate for a speed change on Highway 11 and or a roundabout of some form to actually manage some of the traffic, because it can be difficult to get in and out of Nordegg on a very busy day, on a even not so busy day on a weekend in the Nordegg area. And I think that we need as a council to advocate to Alberta Transportations to make a change at that intersection, even if it's in partnership with us. But I think that would make a huge difference as well. And I'd like us to stay out of the fish habitat as much as we can and look towards different solutions.
Thank you. Councillor Lohi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And I can certainly agree with many of the comments that Deputy Reeve Milhoff made as well. Always playing the devil's advocate, I'm looking at the options and I'm seeing a higher option there being at $5.2 million. Don't see an option 5 that is increasing the capacity of the existing access road, such as extra lanes on that road coming in to reduce congestion, you know, allow traffic to move more freely. I haven't seen that option there. That might be one that could be explored. And definitely I think there is some importance on having a secondary egress route out of that community as well. So I think option 4 might provide some direction that way too. So anyway, that's my thoughts at the moment.
All Oh, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Some good comments already on this. This is not my area of specialty, so this is probably a dumb question. Does this road have to be straight? I understand that the bridge needs to, but can we avoid some of this issue by curving this road? It's a relatively low speed anyway, I think, because it's an access road off the highway.
Yeah, the current design already does have a curve in it, and this would, moving farther away, would definitely, it's not gonna be a straight piece of road even. The original design wasn't a straight piece of road. The additional, moving the road farther to the east, exactly that, in order to get off the access or the exit point off of the Quarry Road and back up to the intersection of Highway 11, it's going to be a curved road, in essence. And then the bridge will be on a slight skew. So we've already basically, it's already crooked road, you know, to try to minimize, that wasn't our priority, is try to keep the road straight. That's just, my drawing is poor. It was just, really I wanted to just kind of emphasize, like say, what the hindrance is really that, like say, this oxbow that comes right up against the existing road in order to try to get it back toward the Highway 11 intersection. Like I said, we do want to have it timed with the one that goes straight north. That's another problem we're trying to solve actually on Stewart Street eventually, is to actually have like the Shunda access road is going to come over and be timed with, so it'll be a straight access across. But unfortunately, again, it's regardless of where we put the intersection, whether it's timed with the north access or not, it's still approximately the same cost. I say it's just a longer bridge. Most of the cost is associated with the longer bridge.
Okay, and moving where across Shunda then isn't really an option. Like, is there another location to cross that would require a shorter bridge?
Everywhere that we've looked, this is the only viable for another east access, right? Unless we're completely abandoned looking at the east portion of the hamlet, it's still the most cost-effective solution or viable solution. There's going farther east, it only gets worse. Like for wetland, and then again, then we've lost the connectivity to the north subdivision.
Okay, thank you for answering my dumb question.
No, it's not dumb.
Councillor Northcott.
Okay, just if you have any information for the daily traffic count for the quarry, the traffic that's associated with the quarry, and the life expectancy of the quarry, how long is it expected to be there?
Yeah, I don't have the traffic count data for the quarry. And we did check with the quarry to see if they did have a life expectancy of it, and they didn't disclose any plans to be done anytime soon. There's still lots of material there, and I'm not even gonna take a stab at, actually, we've never actually counted the quarry truck traffic, other than it's 6 days a week, and it's all day. Like there is a very good argument to try to divert that quarry traffic off. It was actually never part of the original Nordegg development plan. It was, this north access really came to light as, I'm gonna say in the last 5 years, as an attempt to, you know, with the construction of the manufactured homes, you know, having that residential component there. Now we have these conflicting uses of the large truck traffic and the residential uses, but I can also say that with that 9-meter road top paved surface that we have right to the end, it is a good quality road, and it can be navigated safely with those two uses today. That's a pretty high level of service that we've provided to that area. So it can be done, and there's not a whole bunch of additional development that's scheduled along that road that will be using that until we get to the conversation about the RV dumping station, and there again, the nice to haves about the stacking. You know, we talked about that previously, about if they were coming off that east access, that the stacking could be predominantly on the Quarry Road instead of on Stewart Street. Another thing to look at maybe long-term would be maybe the upgrading of Stewart Street with additional lanes would help with that stacking instead of, you know, looking at that other access. But upgrading of Stewart Street has never been part of anything we've looked at to date. Not saying we couldn't.
Councillor Lohi?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. To add one more thing into the mix, ultimately, I know some of the constraints with that south access road into the north subdivision is that we have that existing access into the north subdivision. Would it maybe be cheaper to move the north access so that you've put that south access at a more optimal place that avoids some of the riparian concerns? It might be cheaper to move the north road than it is to try to meet up with something that is not necessarily in the best spot for that. Just putting it out there as devil's advocate against it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the $5.5 million addresses moving it outside of the riparian area, and that's still coming back in and then lining up with the north. So there would be no cost benefit of moving the north farther to the east and then for a different alignment. So I'm gonna say no, there would be really no benefit that I could see about moving the north access farther to the east.
Okay.
And that's in a huge rock cut right there as well. So that wouldn't be a small task in itself.
Sure. Yeah, just looking at the dollar values.
Absolutely.
And, you know, there's quite a bit of that to play with, and you can put a lot of pavement in, or additional lanes or wider driving surfaces for $5.2 million. So,
Yeah.
just a thought.
Yeah, again, a lot of that cost is associated with just the crossing itself, the bridge crossing. You know, the 850 meters of road is the cheapest part of that build. But we do have to get the bridge farther to the east in order to stay out of that 30 meters. So, you know, the alignment to come back up to the north is not where the cost is.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think Councillor Lougheed's suggestion of adding increased lane capacity really works well with my thought of potentially slowing the speed limit and advocating for a roundabout there. I think that we could make that work really well, or at least with my non-engineering background, I think that could work really well. I had a question with regards to the quarry directly. Is that development permit under our purview or the province's?
It'd be the province.
It's provincial. Could we advocate for changes to that development permit through the province to make it not 6 days a week, to make it 5 days a week, to restrict the hours of operation, similar to what we do with our other aggregate extraction that are within our development purview?
CEO Evans?
Let's just throw a bomb in the middle of the room, sorry.
Absolutely, we could, council could advocate. I've been down this road actually when I was involved with the rail trail. That lease existed prior to any other development and actually holds a higher priority. And as that lease is
Than public safety? It holds a higher priority than public safety?
higher priority than our trail development and subsequent development thereafter. And dealing with the province on an existing lease with an existing business model that was always 6 days a week, and the hours as they needed and had orders, that would be a difficult. Of course, council can lobby the province. Going back to the comment of even a roundabout, this council has the gift of some face time with the Minister of Transportation coming up at the RMA. Could be an opportunity to bring up some of these topics. But I would suggest that this lease would be a very difficult one to discuss or have amended at this time, as it's been in place for decades.
No, thank you for that, I appreciate that, but perhaps because it's been in place for decades, it's time for them to look at upgrading it to the standards that all other aggregate extraction is held to.
Councillor Graham?
I know for me, I'm not gonna support option one, the 5.2 million for 850 meters of road and a bridge is a little egregious in my opinion. And I was also very surprised to hear that there are some community members that don't even support it being there. So I think for that reason, it's not the best option. For me, I'm leaning toward option 3. It's like Director Hansen said, this is a nice to have, not a need to have. The safety reason does concern me for potentially I would support option 4. I'm not super worried about the quarry traffic for the sole reason that the gentleman who runs the quarry is a little bit scary. And there are a lot of companies, like if you go there and people are driving inappropriately in Nordegg, he will not allow them to come to the quarry. It's that simple. You screw up once with him and your entire company is not welcome back. He runs a tight ship. So yeah, he runs the tightest ship I've ever worked with. Yeah, but for that reason, I'm not super concerned about the safety concern with the trucks going through Nordegg. And another thing with expanding the road is we just paved it. I wish we would have had this discussion a couple years ago and we could have been in line with all of that, but I would personally like to line it up with our next paving round, and if we're gonna expand it, do it when we do that so that we can have some cost savings. So I think for me, option 3 is my choice right now.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I tend to like the option 5 that Councillor Lougheed has suggested. I think increasing the width of the entrance road would resonate well with the community, especially with the trailer dump there. I'm told that there are trailers lined up back to the highway on a long weekend, trying to get through there. So I think the combination of a lower grade emergency exit road through the industrial area and some lane widening would probably resonate well with the community as well.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Councillor Graham, because I agree with everything you said, that we should line it up with future paving, which we will have future paving. It's where development is not near complete in that region, and perhaps we can advocate for that roundabout at the same time, and we can line it all up together to have the lane increase, the paving done then. I believe we've got paving in Nordegg lined up for not next year, but the year after. Was that, did I read that right in the 10-year plan? Or no?
Come on.
I believe it's in 2 years.
2 years.
If council doesn't want to move forward with this south access road the way that it's currently proposed, please leave that with me for coming back with a transportation plan that we could, it's some great ideas about additional lane width to try to facilitate and the roundabout. These are all great ideas. There's still proximity issues with even the other bridge actually on Highway 11. So where Highway 11 crosses Shunda Creek just before you get into the intersection or into the Stewart Street. So one of the options there again from the draft Nordegg development plan was actually moving Stewart Street slightly farther to the west and then taking off to the north with the new Shunda alignment. That would be the west access to the north subdivision. So I say these are all great ideas. I think we just need time to if we're not going to do an east access, that we need to make the best west access, and then let me come back to council with options, ideas, cost estimates. Then I'd be really reluctant to say that we do that in 2 years. I don't think that would be, sounds like a big project if we're gonna build the roundabouts, realign the north. I'd say it more line up with that north realignment. Say let the asphalt smell die off on the stuff that we just done, so we don't tear it up. It still smells like oil. If you touch it, you're gonna get wet. Your fingers would be a mess. So if we could just kick that down a little bit farther down the capital plan timeline, and we don't even need to decide exactly where that needs to be today, but if that's where you're leaning, then we'll come back with more information on some other options that we could do to enhance transportation into Nordegg.
Follow up?
Yes.
You don't like us you know, giving you all these ideas.
Oh, I love the
doing
ideas.
a think tank here, like.
I love it. I absolutely do love it.
What would you recommend then? We do have FaceTime with the Minister of Transportation coming up. Obviously, you want time to digest if a roundabout is the answer or not. Would you like us just to advocate for a speed limit change and not necessarily build us a roundabout?
I would start with the speed limit change until we actually have because there again, we're part of this roundabout discussion, not only there, you know, we've seen it happen in Eckville. Transportation's not too inclined to build roundabouts on, it's funny actually, when somebody else is building them, it's a great idea. When they are a part of it, it seems to be less of a great idea, because of the cost. It's a high capital cost. So, you know, if you let us actually do the analytics on what you know, taking away that east access, what would be the traffic volumes given the, you know, the science behind what type of intersection it should be. You know, and knowing that, council, if you have a preference.
No, I don't have a preference for it. I just
But
as a suggestion.
honestly, if you let the science determine
stop
what
sign.
the intersection is going to be, then I'd hate to see you advocate for something that's maybe beyond what you need to pay for.
Is there anything you can provide us for background for what speed we should be advocating for prior to our meeting with Alberta Transportation? You have some
I would-
time. Like
Yeah, I would
ish.
never recommend more than a 20K reduction. You know, it's still a primary highway, and transportation's very reluctant there again to try to, you know, your primary highways are your for movement of commerce. You know, every minute they actually lose on a highway is actually an economic loss in the downstream end. So I would never advocate for more than a 20K reduction, if that's the right number.
Perhaps we can have some background given to the Reeve for that meeting coming up with transportation.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
I like the suggestion made by Director Hansen that we put some more time into different solutions for this, and of course talking with not really our partner, but with Alberta Transportation in exploring the costs and the benefits of those different options. That's my preference.
Okay. I'm with Councillor Graham. I don't believe option one is something that we should be entertaining. I'm all for putting it on the shelf and waiting to have an opportunity to have some granting options with the federal or the provincial governments, understanding that we want to advocate for the mine site, and that should hopefully drive more traffic. That could add to another reason why the Fed should be more interested in that particular approach. And as far as the south axis, I would keep it to an emergency gravel standard, and that is it. I wouldn't want it as a free-flowing paved back to the industrial area. I don't think that's what we want. I think we just want it. I don't want to drive traffic back there. I think it's a bit of a gate barrier and in that sense. But I mean, it's as far as emergency services, if they need to, that's fine. But I like the conversation that we've been having, and I look forward to having some more information. So I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I'm really in favor of Hansen's sixth option. Moving Stewart Street to the west, because that would give you enough room from that bridge that's on the number 11 now to have lanes so that big trucks could pick up speed before they get into the chicane of the bridge. I don't like the entrance right now because you've got a hill just to the west. If you're coming out of Nordegg and wanting to go west, you're actually taking your life in your own hands, because people come up over that hill at 130 kilometers an hour and they're on you before you can get across that first lane of traffic. I find it a real safety issue, so I would be really in favor of moving that way to the west and more aligning with the other shunned lineup. Maybe not quite that far west, but at least up onto a hill where you can see both ways on that number 11. And then you could have all your passing lanes and the big trucks coming out of the quarry, you just, a nice little S and back out, and you've got a long runway there on the number 11 to get up to speed before they hit the bridge on number 11. That's the one I'm in favor of. Thank you.
Councillor Lohi.
Oh, thank you, Reeve Swanson. I guess for me, hearing the comments around the table, definitely I can't be supportive of a $5.2 million budget item. I think looking at what the discussion has been so far, I think there's absolute value in advocating to the provincial government. I think we have to kind of understand our expectations around a roundabout. We know that even further east of us, where the highway will be twinned, they're struggling with a roundabout at Eckville. So I think our chances of getting a roundabout at Nordegg are not in the immediate future, but advocacy certainly has value. So I look at option 3 probably as presented, gives us the most opportunity for administration to revisit the plan as we move forward. And I would be willing to recommend to council that option if that would meet council's or committee's approval.
Are we okay with making motions for recommendations for each item in this agenda package, or would you sooner wait till the full presentation? I'm looking towards administration for that, please, for direction.
Yeah, actually, I'm just really thinking like while this one is still fresh in our mind, if we could, some type of recommendation to council from this committee. If we could start the transportation study as early as next year with, associated engineering dollars there, if we have that for 24. And then we could, we don't need to create the 10-year plan today, but knowing that that would be, based on the findings of the study to say, these are the options we have about moving the intersection of Stewart Street. Do we combine it with the north access? Is there, intersection improvements? If you give that, say, basically we've put an all stop onto the project as it sits anyway. So I don't need anything to, in that regard, more of just that, that the intent would be the transportation study for Stewart Street access there for 2024. Then we can get that work on the go and then bring it back to council next year as part of the work plan.
Okay. So the recommendation is to go with option 3 with the added budget for, or with the added of a transportation study for Stewart Street in 2024. That would be a motion coming forward. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Sorry, I believe that Councillor Lohi made that motion.
Oh, sorry.
And I would certainly look to amend as you had
Friendly amendment.
as you had described there to that motion as well,
Okay.
so that the direction is clear.
Okay.
And that there's still opportunity, of course, for council as they recommend through the budget process as well. So
I was just going to advocate my support for that motion and the add to the Stewart Street, and do my best to not ask all the questions I now have about Stewart Street.
Did you want to make that south access part of this, or is it going to be a separate motion about the south access and the timeliness of, because that's really a separate issue?
Yes, it is.
So-
I would like to compartmentalize that. So seeing as there's a motion on the table, I will call clarify the motion once more. Would you like to encapsulate the whole motion?
I think option 3 with, incorporating some of the discussion of this morning on additional options for that access challenge.
Additional options in the immediate future.
Correct.
Okay,
All right,
I'm good for that.
good with that? All right, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried. All right, as discussed, would be a separate motion in regards to the south access road. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Reeve. I was going to try to make sure that I didn't do administration's work for them, and instead say something like request administration bring back options for a south access towards the industrial area. Instead of just telling you,
Okay.
bring options instead. Does that work?
Okay. So that is a motion. Okay, fair. Awesome. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Number 2, staff housing.
So staff housing in Nordegg, again, has been a conversation with council numerous times. Not just for Clearwater County staff, but for business staff as well. You know, we've heard concerns raised by the business community in Nordegg about the availability of an area to develop, or, you know, how is the county gonna solve the staff housing problem, which is not just a county problem, of course. So just a reminder, we have 2 lots in the manufactured home park that were reserved for staff housing. Basically, we budgeted $450,000 last year. During the budget discussions, we didn't have a viable plan or interest in staff members to actually either do a rent to purchase, rent, lease, et cetera. So we didn't move forward with the development of those 2 lots. So those 2 lots are still vacant, and that budget still has not been allocated. Further conversations with some of the full-time permanent staff out there, there's still very little interest in a full-time buying a lot in those manufactured home lots. So that doesn't seem to be a really great option, even for our seasonal staff. It's not a really it's not a great use to try to combine seasonal staff accommodation in an established residential, because all those other lots have been sold as single-family dwellings, and then adding seasonal staff in there doesn't seem to be a great option. We'd be looking at other options for that, maybe even temporarily. So we did look at another area that was identified in behind the existing duplexes. So that area up there, if we could bring that up as a picture, NDP 18, we've identified it as an option for council to consider, that we could do the preliminary engineering to itemize this area as for future staff housing for our staff and additional staff housing for some of the business owners. Just
There we go.
right there. So access off of Stewart Street, you can see that large cluster with the that cul-de-sac type, not cul-de-sac, I don't know what kind of, those are the the duplexes, thank you. So the duplexes are already established, serviced through sanitary and water. The area outlined in green would be some of the existing short-term leases. They're what we'll be discussing later today. That would be, you know, maybe the starting point of the development of that area. Really just wanted to run that by council, as there was even some ideas that maybe if we use the public services building as an interim solution for some additional staff housing if needed. We have a really good setup in the industrial area, but we don't want to densely populate that with staff housing. We need to find a staff housing solution in Nordegg, and we really wanted to bring this one to council for consideration and open up the floor for discussion.
Very good. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Regarding this area here where the duplexes are, and there's some mobiles there as well, have we upgraded those services already, or is that still to be done?
That area would still need to be done. As of now, we're not upgrading services to these short-term leases until we have a plan, which we'll discuss later, on timing.
Right. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, I thought the duplexes were not on leases.
No, as you can see, The short-term leases are the trailers on the, below
Okay.
there, and then around behind them.
Okay,
Because
but
the
the whole
duplexes are
region-
individually owned.
Yes, they're deeded.
Yeah.
So those services to the duplexes, however, are upgraded already? No?
No, they're not in as bad of shape as the short-term leases services. However, they're not upgraded, and that's why that area also wasn't paved, because we didn't want to dig up new pavement until we kind of started servicing these areas.
Okay. And this would be an opportunity to do that?
Correct.
I love the idea of this of this area. My only real concern is that it starts to go up quite a bit there. And I think we're gonna have some building constraints, but you can do anything, so it'll be great. No, I am I think this is a great option. I think this is a great area. I love that you guys recognize that this is as high density opportunity.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
So I'm just, like, really, this is be the first phase, which, none of the exploratory work has been done. That's why we need to do the preliminary engineering for it. We see that, with the areas where the short-term leases are currently, that's still in the, most favorable development area because it's flat. And then you're absolutely right, as we get farther in behind, there's going to be some restrictions in developability, given the terrain. But this would start the conversation if we, kind of administratively looked at this, we needed to find a place in Nordegg to start earmarking a place for, staff housing. The manufactured home park was a great idea, but that was gobbled up through single-family homes, vacation investment, whatever that might be. That ship has sailed. When we look at this area and how it would be developed and who it would be sold to, I think would be maybe a little bit more thought and time put into the developability of this area to make sure that we are actually accomplishing what we set out to do.
Councillor Graham.
I think this area makes sense. I do think we're gonna get some kickback from the residents who live there, because they're probably gonna miss their parking. I was gonna say the trees behind them, but yeah, I do think that there might be some challenges with the people that live there, but I wanted to throw out a very random idea that I got during, I think Councillor Ratcliffe was in this session at the planning conference that we were at. It was very much more urban based, but it was about housing problems. And one of the things that they brought up is a commune. And I was wondering, because people who like to go and work in Nordegg, they're usually kind of more adventurer people, and the people who would travel the world in hostels and stuff. And then when hopefully one day this isn't a problem, it could be turned into a hostel, but just an idea to throw out there. And it's a little crazy, but maybe that's something that could solve the problem in the short term.
Councillor Lohi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Interesting thoughts there. My question was more around the scope of the engineering work that you're budgeting for. $200,000, that would probably be some geotechnical work, some constraints around utility servicing. Would I be correct in that assumption, or is it more detailed than that? Does it get down to roads and all those, defining the kind of development, or just defining the challenges that could go with development?
No, you're absolutely right at the beginning there. It's, geotech, establishing, what are our options given the constraints that we have today. That's the whole premise of preliminary engineering. The detailed design is really when we get into, how it's going to be done. This is, the preliminary engineering is gonna say what can be done given the constraints that you have for bedrock servicing, developable area. So, and that would be, there again, we have some existing tenants there. So preliminary engineering would be done at this time, but then detailed design would follow given the, how quickly we would no longer have tenants.
Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I like that idea, the NDP 018 going in there and looking at that. But getting back to the staff housing in Mobile Park, is it the suggestion, or should I suggest that we just eliminate those two lots that we have there and put them out for sale? And because there's no interest in any of our people wanting to to live there. So why not let somebody else build?
Yeah, and this really has been a multi-department decision because, you know, from an infrastructure standpoint, we construct, we develop, and get it ready for, basically for staff in our other departments. We've had this discussion with all of our other departments, and those two lots would likely be best if they just turned over to be sold as, and stay with the manufactured home park. It'd be similar use instead of trying to combine staff uses in there. So that would be our recommendation, that we look at other options, maybe temporary for now. Maybe this is a more permanent solution for the future up in this area after, when it does get developed. So absolutely, yes.
So do we need a motion for you to carry on and put these lots on the lot for sale?
Would be a recommendation to council.
Or a
yes.
recommendation to council?
Certainly reaffirms
Yep.
your, the council's commitment to the work plan with a motion in that regard.
I would bring that recommendation forward.
Okay. Mr. Martinson?
Thank you. I would make some comments just in support of Director Hansen's presentation as it relates to our staff that operate the mine site and museum. We are a bit constrained, so we have communal housing right now. Public Works staff get their own suite in the industrial area. We are in sort of rig camp style shared accommodations. That's very challenging right now for a few reasons, but mainly for the privacy and respect of the individual staff members, making them live together in close proximity as well as work together in close proximity has created quite a bit of challenges. So I think from the communal perspective, that may work for the private sector, but it's proven very challenging for us this year. And as we all know, there hasn't been staff out there for quite some time. And so this was the first year that we actually used those new kind of ATCO style or rig shack style housing. So we would be looking for a solution fairly quick to that, temporarily as it may be. The industrial area is fine for now. You know, as Director Hansen said, this could be a long-term solution, but we are looking for something sooner if we can, because we did, you know, run across quite a bit of challenges this year. We only had 3 staff out there as it sort of kind of panned out this year. We are looking to have 4, you know, moving forward to help us with the new Discovery Center and with the increase in service that we hope to continue in the mine site and in heritage in general in Nordegg. So I just wanted to throw that out there as it was sort of new this year to us in how we are operating the staff. Previous, when the mine site was open, the staff stayed in the old miners' cabins that have subsequently been torn down, and then the new accommodations were put in. No staff was hired until this year. So that's sort of the background to how the staff housing relates to the operations that we're responsible for out there as far as heritage goes. Thank you.
I'm going to bring forth Councillor Cermak's motion to recommend to council to list the mobile lots. Just to focus our discussion on that particular motion. Any further discussion to that particular motion? Okay, Councillor Graham.
I was just gonna ask that if we are going to put them on the market, is there any way that it can be brought to all of the business owners first? I don't know who will be doing it, so I don't know who to look at over here. Kim will be? Okay, planning then.
If that was the direction given by council, we could ask Lorna to, and or we could approach possibly business owners.
Just if it could be brought forward to them before it's put on the market, so they have the option. I know that they all struggle with housing.
So much like a first right of refusal?
Yeah.
So. Discussion around that, Councillor Lowy?
Actually, I was just gonna ask for clarification around the area structure plan or the Nordegg development plan. Does that continued land use or mobile home continue to be consistent in alignment with that plan? I'm seeing nods, so I'll just assume that that's correct then, so, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Mine is
Oh,
not
okay.
in regards to this directly, sorry.
Okay. COMs, did you want to make a comment?
I was just gonna verbalize the head nod. Yes, it is consistent.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask staff to confirm that those lots that were set aside for staff housing truly are not, I guess, on the radar for use in the next few years. Like, do we want to go that far as to dispose of them yet?
One thing about Nordegg, it has lots of opportunity, and really, it was I think the idea was sound, you know, to offer it up to our full-time permanent staff as a solution, existing, I say existing staff in there as to say a viable housing solution for these individuals. I don't think it's fair for the county to keep a hold of those 2 lots specifically for staff when they've already been clearly turned down. So I think it's fair to say that no other, I say there is I'm gonna try to say, conflicting use when it comes to housing staff in a established residential area, especially in the close quarters of that manufactured home park. I say there's, the use is very specific in what it's turned out to be. So I don't think that a county development in there is actually very prudent as to say that it doesn't line up well with our future of Nordegg. I think we have better options that we could maybe go on, like say, the establishment of an area that's actually been designed or future to be designed for staff housing for, say, multiple, not just the county, but for additional businesses in the area. I think that's a much better planning perspective than trying to just integrate temporary staff housing in a established residential area.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you. So if we were to put these lots on the market, we're okay to get by until this area would be developed then? Or would we need to get a couple more ATCO trailers maybe, or?
So the answer, so we would be bringing back a temporary housing solution for, you know, possibly located on the public services building lot or possibly in the industrial area, wherever is most viable, or again, in using the term temporary, until we have an established place that we could set up staff housing.
Any further comment or discussion on the motion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just to piggyback on to Councillor Ratcliffe's question, gonna try to tread lightly considering we're not in closed session. Are they aware of the future plans? As I know that could be, okay. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty, thank you. Just in regards to staff housing here, it's staff housing for county and local business staff. Now, it says there's budgeted $200,000 for preliminary engineering. Just curious, for all the other businesses that are located within Clearwater County, is there any investment or is there any consideration to the rest of the businesses in the rest of the county? Like, it's just to make it fair for all businesses in all of the county.
I'll take a stab at that. No, it's a great question because that's truly, you know, the struggle that I think this council has had. You know, as the developer, the isolated nature of Nordegg, and as the developer of the area, as well as the municipality, you know, we're wearing so many multiple hats in there. Nordegg is different, but it's good for us to be reminded of exactly that type of comparison. Is that, you know, if you're doing it in Nordegg, are you doing it in Leslieville, are you doing it in Condor? Really, that comes back to a decision of council. I know the reason why we bring these types of issues back to you is because these are the pressures that, you know, the emails, the concerns that are brought up by the Nordegg community saying, you know, this is the problem we have. how is the county gonna solve it? Not all problems needed to be solved by the county, but it's what the council chooses to take on as the problem to solve. So it's a great question to ask to your fellow councillors, I guess.
Going back to the motion in regards to the listing of the mobile home lots. The motion was made by Councillor Cermak to list them, and with the suggestion, as Councillor Graham has said, maybe get offered to the businesses as a first right of refusal. That would be a more procedural, I would anticipate. So anyways, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of listing the mobile home lots? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to the discussion in regards to the preliminary engineering, as Deputy Reeve North, or sorry, as Councillor Northcott has indicated, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. As the developer and landowner in the area, we need to determine what we're doing with this land, regardless of whether it is, we just develop the land itself or engage with a developer that can do high-density housing. We need to figure out what we're doing with the land, and I believe that that is truly what we're talking about and what the information that you're gonna bring back. Because you're gonna have to find out what you can and cannot do with that land when you get into the engineering end of it, when you get into the servicing, et cetera. So I believe this is just the start of the conversation, and we don't entirely know where it'll go until you dig into it. So I would be in support of starting that conversation, as we are the landowners and the current developer.
Thank you. I will say in my conversation with the developer at the 13 Ways Leadership Camp, he did indicate that it's kind of hard to be interested in an area when they don't have it logically defined and identified where that development will go. So it actually has deterred developers from coming into the area. So our investment there has been significant, and I feel that we've had excellent returns. But at the same time, if this is going to go forward, I feel doing the preliminary engineering study is important. Councillor Lowy.
And I would certainly agree with that. It's been a long-term commitment of this council, previous councils, to support the development and promotion of Nordegg. And I think one of the barriers always for another developer or co-developer to come in is essentially what are the hidden problems that could be there. And I think this is something we can do as a county to understand what those challenges and barriers are by putting some effort into preliminary engineering. So I'll support that as well.
Councillor Northcott.
Thank you very much. For population density in the area, like before, like what the population have to be at, or if you have any information on it, for what population would there have to be before, say, an ambulance service is required, or an RCMP detachment, or a school, maybe a hospital, like all of that infrastructure, what sort of population density would be, you know, sort of the set bar where, yeah, now this investment would have to be made.
C.O. Emmons.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. There is no true set bar. They truly look at geographic area and population. There are many communities, I will say eastern Alberta, small communities, 1,500, that have hospital, pharmacies, and many actually amenities. But their neighboring urban village doesn't have any because the one 20 miles down the road does. Nordegg, I would propose that they would take in geography because it's an hour away from any other amenities. I would suggest that the province would look at a lower bar just because geographic location, it's not as accessible. So it would be lower. For those that may remember, Clearwater County partnered with Wild Rose School Division, Christine, check my memory, 8-9 years ago, and had a school out there, and there wasn't the enrollment to keep it viable at that time. So it was already trying. So, and, you know, that was enough for one classroom. You know, so given it's an hour west, Councillor Northcott, that bar is much lower. I don't believe you can compare Nordegg to like a Caroline, because Innisfail, Rocky is in closer proximity, Sundre. They would look at many different dynamics, not just population.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, we've loved the question, Councillor Northcott. Just so that you're aware, they do have a full-time ambulance in Nordegg. It's a 96-hour ambulance, which is less than ideal, but it is a full-time ambulance. But my question was with regards to the engineering itself. Does that go to RFP or tender?
We are right in the middle of doing a engineering review for our services in Nordegg.
What?
Yeah, it's crazy. And so we'll likely put out an RFP for engineering services for that to see what type of additional talent we can recruit up in Nordegg.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. So as Deputy Reeve Melhoff, I'm assuming that was your motion in regards to?
I can make a motion.
Okay. We started this topic with you.
I can happily make a motion that the committee recommends to council to request administration to budget $200,000 for preliminary engineering and send it out to RFP. Yes?
True.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you. It's carried. All right. Number 3, Nordegg Library.
Sorry, I think I turned it off. No, we're just ripping these items off here today. It's great. Nordegg Library. So it has been our philosophy with all of our facilities in Nordegg that as our leases expire, that we, especially if it's in an area that has future development, that we're not renewing leases for, you know, similar to them short-term leases with the mobile home park. As those leases become vacant, we are not taking any steps to approve additional long-term leases because it's no secret that the plan for Nordegg has a, you know, we need to have that land vacant in order to develop it properly. The issue is what comes with if we continue to renew these leases and have new tenants, the expectation that that facility be available would remain. Nordegg Library, it's great to see the library now relocated in the Discovery Center. It's, you know, combined with all the other uses that we have there, it's a great use of the space. That does create the existing building where they came from, owned by the county, as vacant. We're currently doing a environmental assessment, hazardous materials assessment due to the age and nature of the building. And we're getting that completed right now. But it is our recommendation that that building be removed in the 2014 work plan. That way, it does two things. It prepares the area for future development, and it also would stop the phone from ringing about, what are you gonna do with that old library? Can I get in there? Can I use it? Can I use it for nothing? Can I use it for free? What would you charge me to use it? When it's not there, those answers are asked and answered are gone. So I'm really just looking to council to see, you know, this has been our philosophy as these leases expire, that we're not renewing them. If there's a different opinion amongst the majority of council, I'd love to hear it.
Okay. Start the discussion. Now we'll go Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. What is the status of the services for that library? Those are old, the older ones, and need to be upgraded?
Yeah, that whole area is service commercial. So those haven't been upgraded to the standard. That area is to be, the future plan for that is a service commercial. So it'll be, all the services need to be redone in the area, and then the lots need to be created and then sold.
What is the timeline for upgrading those services currently?
28?
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. as you stated, it's to be commercial in nature going forward, to be zoned that. The other business, if you look at the, thank you very much for all the pictures also, by the way, I appreciate that. Cause this was also where the old liquor store was in there. And now that the library is out of there, or will be out of there in 2024, hopefully, providing what we discussed today, there's just the canteen that is in that location. Is there an opportunity for us to work with the Nordegg canteen and potentially have this entire area redone in 2024 or 2025 instead of 2028? Can we move it up? Now that we've got some of the people no longer there.
Yeah, I know, the owner of the canteen actually approached me. They would like some help finding a temporary location. So I think they would require that assistance so they could set up shop, because they want to continue business and then reestablish there, I believe, and how that would work in their business plan. Not saying that it couldn't be done. We could start the preliminary engineering for that area. That's, again, it is farther out in the plan. We can discuss even the entire 10-year plan. So the answer is always we can, but then should we?
Okay, and you?
Any further oh, Councillor Gray.
I was actually gonna make a motion pertaining to the library. I think this is logical to tear it down. It's kind of a lead to do by doing. I don't think that's the saying, but you all know what I mean. So I'm gonna make a motion that the committee recommends to council to remove the old library building in 2024 from Nordegg.
Focused discussion on that motion? Yes, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yeah, somewhat on that. Thank you.
Okay.
I had a call last week from some folks who wanted to set up a part-time medical clinic in Nordegg and are looking for a space. I don't know if the library is a suitable option. So I would like to see one of two things happen. One is that we leave the library and lease it on the library building and lease it on a short-term basis until it's closer that we're going to upgrade those services, or that we, as the Deputy Reeve suggested, accelerate providing services in that area so that we can also accelerate long-term solutions for that area, rather than having it vacant and there being, no services going in. Okay. Does that make any sense?
Mr.
I
Hanson.
think the only constraint would be if it was accelerated, that would definitely, that building would need to be removed,
Yes.
right? Okay.
And
so
then we're clear to start rebuilding in that area.
Yeah, I think there's other options for, seeing the inquiry again, I think it was on Friday night, in regards to a single use. There's the public services building there are some offices available in there that, that I would consider as maybe a better alternative for, especially for the intermittent use that they're proposing, it was only gonna be a supplementary use, not a full-time use, and, with the use of a reception and a single office would probably suffice for what they're doing. There again, it'll be a little bit of a shocker to the rest of the departments that I haven't talked to since Friday, because it was new, right? So, and I think that does need to be vetted out. There is examples that, lease rates that we have for the hub, for the medical clinic that's co-located in there, as well as the rental rates that we have for the physicians in Rocky Mountain House. So I wouldn't expect that the county would provide a space for a physician for free, that it would be a leased opportunity now. Again, something like the public services building, if there was a opportunity there, I would certainly consider that more favorably than putting them into an old building that in an area that people get established, and then everything that we have in Nordegg short term, but we're going to be having that difficult discussion here later today. about when an established short-term stays long-term, then the expectation changes. So, there again, that's really, if we focus on that one question about the library, and, you know, then we can have that second conversation about expediting the development in that area. But we really would not care to entertain new leases on something that we want to get rid of in the near future.
Okay, it's great to hear that there are other viable options for that. So, that lessens my concern.
CEO
Thank you.
Emmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the Nordegg discussion, I think it's great this committee's having this conversation because it's truly a higher level. And I think right now, your administration is working on council's adopted philosophy of the development of Nordegg, pays for the development of Nordegg. When a previous phase sells out at 70 to 75%, we look at the next phase, but continually administratively, we keep hearing the word expedited, which goes against council's philosophy. I think it's something that needs to be visited and by council or this committee at a strategic planning session. The public services building was absolutely designed to accommodate this type of topic, actually, to utilize it for a temporary service. And then as Nordegg grew, it could augment into a reception area for administration and a couple of offices, but truly it was designed to set up for a couple of patients in between. So it was thought of in the original design. So complements the current ambulance service, actually. But I just wanted to bring council back to its philosophy and how that needs to be looked at, because if administration's working under a current philosophy and that's not this council's philosophy, that needs to be discussed so that we don't end up in a push-pull. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Lohi.
Oh, thank you. I guess my question relates more to the old library building. Like all of our assets, they do have a value, so I wondered what the latest value of that asset would be, and then perhaps maybe some concept of what demolition costs might be, just so we ultimately know what the dollars and cents of this one is.
Yeah, that's why we're the environmental study on it right now, or the hazardous materials study, because that's really what drives the cost up. If there was something to be found that requires more mitigation, so we're just still waiting for that report, and we'll be bringing that back as part of the operations budget in 2024. So basically, knowing if this is council direction that we're going to remove that building, I will include that in my operations budget, and I'll even touch on that again once we have a better figure. I have one in my mind, but I have to wait till see what the results of that study would be.
Thanks so much.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would echo what everybody said about the public services building. I was working out there full-time, actually, when that building was being, actually was in the old Quonset building when and moved into the new building. And that was what was touted at the time, that it would be a good opportunity for medical partnership there. So hopefully we can help that process happen, and please let us know if there's anything the health engagement team can do to help them, Councillor Ratcliffe. I also worry about if we were to re-sublet the old library, I worry about the safety codes considerations, because as the owner, we have to then be responsible for the safety of that building. So I worry about the potential insurance risk of us continuing down that path. I would like to ask, is there an opportunity for us to put out an RFP for a developer? Can we put that out there and be like, hey, Clearwater County would like to partner with a developer for the future development in Nordegg, so that we aren't in the position that Councillor Northcott is referring to of us always being the developer and us not being that in many other municipalities, since Nordegg is such a specialized area. Or is there an opportunity for us to be like, hey, we're looking for a partner, let's link arms?
CEO Emmons.
Thank you. So that has been done in the past, and interest was extremely low because of all the anomalies, the unknowns. and quite frankly, the design guidelines. The elevated cost there to achieve a look that was extremely important to council of the day when it was adopted. A huge RFP was let out, and what we found for this community's background and information, developers would come to the table, but under their conditions and their rules. Council's vision went away, the community's vision went away, and community engagement fell right off because it was a matter of making money. Of course, private sector. With the library, I will add for this committee's consideration that under council's philosophy, when a lease comes open, we don't renew. And we have operated under that to deal with the long-term development. So this coming forward for this committee's consideration is indeed complementary to that direction as well. Taking opportunity to deal with one less, so to speak, as we go forward in development. So.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have two things. The first one, what's the historical value of that library? Are we going to be taking any flack if we demolish it?
Yes. It has no historic value. Will you get flack? Absolutely, because we've removed something from the community again. But there's a reason for it, and that is plain and simple truth. Are you going to hear about it? Yes. But should we do it anyway? Yes.
Okay, so I have a target, but I should vote for it.
Yes.
And now I've completely forgotten the second part. Because I'm a target. Yeah. Oh, yes. I was at the Nordegg Community Association meeting Saturday night, and there was some discussion around development, and one comment was that the size of the lots being so small that people would like to see slightly larger lots, that nobody really wants to live in a miner's cabin anymore. So, you know, the original sizing of those lots was based around trying to maintain a mining community look. Anyway, those are my comments.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. When was that RFP sent out? Like, obviously not within our time. Was that within your guys' time for looking for developers?
CEO Ammons?
That would have been in the early 2000s, as memory goes, I want to say around 2002 in there.
So, supplementary. The game's changed a lot since then, i.e. we've sold out multiple phases of Nordegg. We have invested heavily in that community. Perhaps there's another opportunity to be found there based on the changing landscape that is Nordegg. And what type of public outreach are we planning to do for the library demolition? I know that I certainly, if a motion was to come forward, I'll happily make the motion that we remove it in 2024. However, if we can show a vision of what that area will look like when we start developing that area and putting in the services, perhaps it will make it so that Councillor Ratcliffe does not have the target that he currently will. If we can show the plan, the future, what the goal is, perhaps that will help with some type of media campaign, that we're not just ripping things out to rip things out, that there is a plan.
Any comment? Okay.
So as this committee is well aware, the Nordegg Development Plan is posted free online. So we try and make that vision, council's and Clearwater County's vision, as transparent as possible. With RFPs, we always look for partnerships. If I could remind this committee of the current Shell station, that was a developer that reached out to us in partnership and said, hey, what can we do together? And we're always open to that. I don't believe enough dynamics have changed to get a developer interested in an entire phase because of the underground services that need to be still remedied. And that was the big stopping point for all the developers in the past. Without bluntly, the cost of curb, gutter, street, sidewalks, and the underground utilities exceeds the development. And council, this committee has seen that so far, which puts any developer off because they have a margin to deal with. We do look for those partnerships, and I hope the committee members here recognize that, and we encourage it, because any time we can take opportunity not to be a developer and get back to what we do best is great in our world. But yes, I don't believe if this committee wants to make a recommendation to council to assign dollars for resourcing and engineering out an RFP to go out for a developer, that's of course within your purview for this committee, but it wouldn't be my recommendation. I don't believe it would reap the results that you're hoping for at this time. Still just a little bit early, in my opinion.
Councillor Northcott.
Okay, 2 little comments. Just curious to see what results we get for the hazardous material assessment for the library. I think if it does contain hazardous materials, it's pretty easy to justify the removal of it. And secondly, just for the ambulance, kind of intrigued in this whole healthcare system thing and all the aspects of it. But how long has there been an active full-time ambulance service in Nordegg?
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, maybe?
Unless our emergency services director, like, I don't want to take
Ms.
away
Haggard?
from you. I was the first full-time medic out there, so I can happily answer unless you wanted to do so.
Feel free, Councillor Melhoff. I know ambulance transitioned from a municipal jurisdiction to provincial in about 2008 or 9, if I'm not mistaken. That's when we sold off our ambulance fleet and the province took that downloading back up.
And it was then operated on a volunteer basis by Alberta Health Services, and we worked as volunteers out in Nordegg until 2013. And then it was transitioned to full-time 96-hour on, 96-hour off ambulance. So there's a rotating crew of 2 every 96 hours.
Thank you. I share the same comment as Councillor Northcott in regards, I'll be curious to see what the hazard assessment study comes back, because if there is a potential value, I would even offer it like the beer cabin and let somebody else take it off if it has any kind of favorable potential at that point in time. But I doubt it because of the the age. So anyways, CEO Evans, sorry, or
I'm
Mr.
probably
Hanson.
treading on Director Hanson here. Even without the hazardous, the structure itself is immovable. It's an old cinder block. By the time you strut it and reinforce it well enough to move that type of structure, it probably wouldn't survive anyway. To me, the hazardous materials, if it came back, lead paint, asbestos, anything like that, makes it far more, it puts a smaller target on committee member Ratcliffe, because it's far easier to justify, given those health concerns. But even the condition of the structure, there is mold concerns. There is a reason the library itself wanted out beyond just square footage. So.
Perfect, thank you. All right, motion in regards to the library. Oh, yes, you did. Cindy, yes, yes, Councillor Graham did make a motion, sorry, and that was to have it removed in 2024. So, any further discussion? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor of removing the library in 2024? Carried. Thank you. Number 4, trailer RV dumping station.
So it's very interesting how these conversations, they all tie together. Nordegg's not that big of a place, and we could sit here for the next 2 days and talk about Nordegg, which probably should. It deserves that much time. The trailer dumping station, talked about it in 2021. Council wasn't too keen on the location where it's proposed on the south side of Quarry Road there in that future developable area. So we did spend some time there this year looking at alternative locations. One being, this one is directly north of the lift station in its current position. So if we can, there's a attachment there, just for reference. So with the development, so we're trying to find a location that's close to the septic receiving station, the lift station, you know, as we would, potentially road development down that access road into the lift station, and then would wind around and then hook back onto Stewart Street, would provide some stacking. The rest of it would be either on Quarry Road, somewhat down Stewart Street during the busier times. It does lend itself to the conversation that if we were going to look at, you know, upgrades to Stewart Street, you know, is the timeliness of this project needed to be done now? It's kind of, there is again, the nice to haves versus the need to have. Is that, do we need to have an RV septic receiving site there before, you know, again, nice to have, need to have. The price went from $600,000 up to 1.2, because there is some development challenges. It's kind of some lower lying area right in behind that septic receiving station. It's not ideal for development, therefore it's a little bit more costly. The 1.2 would pay for a paved road structure there, plus a couple of receiving areas there for RVs. Really throw it right back to this committee there. Is it a priority that needs to be looked at now? Is it something that should be looked at after we've done the transportation study to make sure that, you know, the stacking, whatever upgrades that we have planned for Stewart Street align with this? I would hate to take this on and have to tear that up as well if we're going to do something else with Stewart Street, if it were to extend this far. So, it's a moving target here today, which it should be, because everything ties together.
Well, thank you. Open for comments. Deputy Reeve, comment, Mel.
Thank you, Reeve. I think what you said about everything ties together is so important, because I think we need to really have a holistic what comes next in Nordegg. We kind of have been throwing darts at a dartboard, and instead of going with the plan that you guys had built, like we've sped things up, we've taken things off, I think it's important for us to sit down and actually look at it, look at the whole thing. I think it's important for an RV dumping station. Absolutely, we have one. It's used very well in Nordegg. Well, we don't. There is one in Nordegg that is used. Perhaps we can talk to them, the hotel, yes, the Nordegg Hotel, and discuss with them what their future strategic vision is. Because I don't want us building another one to compete with their strategic vision on their RV dumping station. Perhaps we need to sit down and have an actual conversation with the current RV dumping station operator and not duplicate services. But I have a whole bunch of other questions with regards to the other pictures as well, because I think it all ties together.
Councillor Lohi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Yes, I absolutely agree that it does all tie together. This looks like a sizable investment in promoting Nordegg. It may not be on the to-do list in the immediate future. I think it's something important to keep it on list there as we promote Nordegg, as we try to attract people to the region. It kind of leads me as an approach. I know we had, I'll just say it this way, if we had something that would attract a steady stream of traffic into Nordegg, if their technology directed them to Nordegg, if we could keep them captive for, say, 1 or 5 hours in there so they could discover more about Nordegg, they could access the sites, they could picture themselves living there, essentially to follow that idea of discovering Nordegg. If there was only something like that. I was going to ask, in the past we had talked about an electric vehicle charging station within Nordegg. I was just wondering where that discussion or project sits at the moment. I'm seeing a lot of heads shift.
So I'll just kick off. So yes, I know they've been working with planning in regards to the location. They did a site tour, and I don't think they were too keen on actually the Discovery Center as being a location. They were going to look at other options. So
the charging station.
yeah. maybe it's not Kim there.
Yeah, and Jerry's been working with them a little bit Jerry's been working with them a little bit as well, for support for the project. They're still considering the site, but they've also asked about the Shell station and possibly putting it, there, but given that that's private land versus county land, there may be some restrictions there or whatever, because if we're willing to partner with them versus working with the Shell, they're kind of considering those two locations, though they're both still on the list, and they're still kind of going forward with research of servicing and costs and things like that as well, for that. But yeah, those are the two locations that they're considering. Go ahead.
As a supplementary, I would suggest, and I would look to other members of council, anything that would bring that level of people, the folks that tend to be electric vehicle people tend to be decision makers, they tend to be leadership, they tend to be open-minded. I'm not pointing to myself in this, but there is a certain, that technology actually directs people through. And if you look at the east-west routes, we are missing an opportunity here for almost no cost. Those DC fast charging stations that would bring a steady stream of traffic into a new route, both ways, are almost no cost to a municipality. There's a new program coming out right away here. We've missed on the last round that was there. There's a number of those facilities up, and other progressive municipalities have chosen to put those in place, even within the more highly traveled transportation corridors, and actually offered charging free of charge to promote their districts. And I think it's a miss if we don't put some energies towards that. I don't think it's a very big cost, and operationally it's very, very small to own one of these things and deal with the operational costs. So I think it's worth looking into if we haven't, maybe adding a little momentum to that cause again. But anyway, sorry, I'm getting off track here. I'll go back to the
Yes.
brief, please.
No, thank you very much for the comments, and truly agree with you that if there is we need to have more than one reason for people to stop and discover Nordegg. So, Councillor Graham.
I was just gonna agree with the RV dumping station that I would like to put a pause on it and figure out the road and everything. We like the one dig policy, let's stick with that. This kind of goes with that. But I do have a question too. Can RVs dump in the Leslieville police station? Are we set up for that?
Yep. Go ahead.
No, Leslieville's only for external hauling, just like our Nordegg Lagoon is.
Okay.
So Nordegg Lagoon is the same, and it's not set up for RV dumping station. To kind of circle back about the hotel, we talked about it a couple years ago, and the risk was that it's on private property at this time, so we didn't know about investing on their infrastructure on private property. We're also waiting for the hotel to connect to our water system. With the new bylaw, there is a timeline that they are supposed to be. We've been ready for them. So there is a little bit of background that we would have to follow up on prior to doing that.
Councillor Ratcliffe. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have to agree with Councillor Lougheed that you should continue exploring the charging stations there. As far as the RV dumping station, I think that using taxpayer money to build something when there's a good chance that we're going to tear that up again, as we come up with solutions for the transportation issues, I agree that we should leave this in the background until we have the transportation study and some move-ahead plan for that. And I would be willing to make that motion.
To pause the RV. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe making the motion to recommend to council to pause the RV dumping station to a future time, or shelve the project.
Yes, pending the results of the transportation study.
Okay. Awesome. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Mine is not in relation to the motion, however.
Oh, okay.
So would you like to do that
okay.
and then come back to me?
Okay, I can do that. I just want to further comment to Councillor Ratcliffe, and that is, I believe that once the deep services are in, there's a very strong potential of a private business coming up with that RV dump station. So it's not necessarily a county-ish or county initiative. It could be something through the private business at that point in time. But we still have to do the work underground that people can't see. So I will call the question in regards to pausing the RV dump station. All those in favor? Carried. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I didn't think that we were missing on the EV because I thought we already were doing it, because we had literally had this conversation 11 months ago, and okay, I'm like, I didn't think we were missing. I thought that this was already a done deal and we were doing it. And just as a follow-up to the hotel, I didn't believe that was on private property. I'm pretty sure that's county-owned property. I'm pretty sure that hotel is on county-owned property, that they are on a lease. So we would have every opportunity.
Sorry, I thought they were already continuing to buy it.
Because we would have every opportunity then to upgrade our own infrastructure as we are the landowner. Yes?
CEO Emmons.
So it is county-owned property, but we do not have that right while it is being leased.
Okay, it's not part of the lease.
Correct. Saying that, the hotel itself does operate a dumping station in behind currently.
So private industry is already working through it. So perhaps us building one of our own is actually in competition with private industry.
I look to you, Mr. Hanson, to continue on. I imagine we're going through the numbers now.
Yeah, I really wanted to pick up where Mr. Emmons there kind of left off, you know, pulling in the service commercial conversation that Councillor Melhoff brought up about, you know, can we expedite a service commercial area where the library is? Looking at our 10-year plan, if we go to, I don't know, page 33 of 52, just wanted to, before all the limelight comes off of me and it goes into Rhonda's world about the history, here's the brief description of the 10-year capital plan, which is gonna change significantly after the conversation we've had today. But I do want to touch on some of the items that are still on the list, and so no surprises. We don't have to rehash this all out there come budget 2024. So the Nordegg Historic Commercial Core, there's still some outlying deficiencies up with the landscaping that hasn't been done this year. So that's why that's allocated for 2024. It's carried forward from previous projects. The residential phase 2 subdivision, that number might even change because but it's going to be carried forward. It's not going to be new dollars, new project. It's just a carry forward from the project that they're doing this year. The shallow utilities haven't even commenced yet. And here we are, October 30th. My faith in their ability to get everything done in the next 2 months is very small. So we'll be removing the South Townside Access Road and change that to basically a transportation study. Stewart Street Cemetery to Elizabeth, we still absolutely need to get that connection done between the end of the Discovery Center up to Elizabeth. And then the larger one there, of course, is Phase 2 Historic Commercial Core, which is the connection from Stewart Street over to Center. And that'll also creates the opportunity for the next historic core development, but it's not lost to what Mr. Emmons said about we haven't sold a single lot in the commercial core yet. So if the development of Nordegg is going to drive additional development, are we ready to move forward with that historic commercial core? This is basically detailed design and tendering as far as next year to start constructing in 2025. So moving forward with that next year is a pretty good commitment that we're going to run ahead with that commercial core. It's kind of that double-edged sword. We want to get that connection completed between Stewart Street and over to Center. But again, it's a significant cost, and the development has not proven to be ready for it yet. But there's some other driving factors there to try to make that connection. So wouldn't mind throwing that out and having a small discussion with council while we're here.
Do you have a question in regards to?
Yes.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff has a question to that.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an opportunity for us to do some shifting? Because I agree with what you have just said, that it may not be ready for the Historic Commercial Core Phase 2, but I do believe we're ready for NDP 017, the west of Stewart Street. Because when I've been talking with anybody from the Explore Nordegg group, they're hesitant to go up in the Historic Commercial Core area because they're worried people aren't heading that direction. They're worried people are not going up the hill. But they would love to see the development along that Stewart Street and just west of Stewart Street happen, because that's where all the people are. So they would like to see that done. Is there a way for us to flip those instead of doing the Phase 2 Historic Commercial Core, and we work on west of Stewart Street instead, where they actually are requesting and asking for development? Or is this a conversation for a different day?
I'd hate to cut off the conversation. We've been all year trying to get conversation, and to say that we're gonna put it off again, it's, I really look to CAOMs. Even myself, I'm tracking off to what my agenda was. All the other departments have done a lot of work to get the time in front of you here today. So I'll maybe leave it with Mr. Emmons there.
Okay. C.O. Evans.
Short answer, yes. We can flip it. Administratively, what we've talked about, as Director Hansen's talked about, you know, and myself I've raised today, council's philosophy. We haven't sold a lot in the first phase. So looking at the second, to augment that question, or that statement though, I think it's also prudent to say if we waited until 70% development, now that is so closely associated with Phase 1, you're disrupting brand new development to add on to it. That's kind of the negative side of what we faced through the last 30 years in phase development in Nordegg. So there is that component. I'd also suggest that at this time, there's nothing to bring them up the hill. You know, once you get much past the Discovery Center, really, you're snooping. You're going up to see what's going on. Once we get some development up there, coffee shops, whatever it has, I would suggest that would bring you those anchor tenants that would make people go up the hill. So short answer, yes, but there is a reason for the phase development. You know, if anything, I would worry about selling out 70% in Phase 1 and then disrupting them to add on.
Venture?
Yes, please.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
We keep talking about the development in Nordegg, pays for the development in Nordegg, and that's council's philosophy. Is there a policy backing up that philosophy?
C.O. Emmons?
I'm not aware of any policy. That's why administration's always said the philosophy. And to be transparent and get into future conversations, that's not phasing out. It's not proving out. It proved out on the north side, and finance will get into that. But I think it's important for this committee to know and be aware that urban development, we're not seeing that prove out. The rural design, absolutely, created a profitability, created a nest egg to carry on development. The south side, the urban side, has not.
The reason I asked is because potentially that policy, if it was a policy, which you're saying that you're not aware of one, needs to come back, and we as a council need to determine where we need to go with Nordegg so that we aren't constantly the developer or not. And I think that we need to get to a mass, a point where a developer will come and knock on our door. And we might need to take some risk in order to accomplish that and get to the point where, hey, a developer is saying, we'll take it on from here. And if we continually delay some of these phases and disrupt some of these areas in order to do it the way that we're currently doing it, I think we may miss the boat. And I worry that if we miss that boat, it's the rest of the taxpayers of Clearwater County that will suffer long-term for us missing that boat.
And if I may, we've seen those initiatives even with some past partnerships, asset builders. Once we had the curb, gutter, street, sidewalks, deep services down, we were able to partner and see lot sales. And it's been my experience on the development end, from planning and development, that that's the stability a partnership, an RFP is looking for. I believe it would be a waste of resources to go out to an RFP without the infrastructure in place to support a development. That's my fear. Of course, we could go forward and test that.
Supplementary.
Yes.
Can it be part of an RFP to go out to a developer with the understanding that we're doing the curb, the gutter, the services anyway? Because we have to do it regardless if we're the developer then anyway. So perhaps it will be more attractive to a developer to take it on if they know we are doing all of the rough, we're doing the deep, we're doing the shallow, we're doing the curb, we're doing all of those things. You're saying it's not appealing if the developer has to do it, but they're not, we're doing it. So we have the opportunity to still partner with them with the RFP saying that we're doing that part. We just haven't done it yet.
Short answer, yes. But developer would require timelines, and that's a financial commitment on this organization. That's the stopping point, respectfully, which is why we've phased it. You know, once we get it phased, residential phase one is a prime example of that partnership. Those lots sat empty for 11 years, and we created a partnership and saw success. But that financial commitment is a part of the bigger picture that honestly is the value time that we value in front of this committee and subsequently council. It's that entire financial global picture that we're looking at. And that's the importance of and I use the word intently. It's a philosophy. We are always guided by council's philosophy. It was never a policy. But administration is not going to ignore a message, a philosophy of council either. And if the philosophy's changed, that's important direction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I certainly must agree with a lot of the comments that the Deputy Reeve has brought forward here. I think the success of development at this point in Nordegg warrants another look at the philosophy and warrants taking a little more risk in moving that ahead so that we can capture opportunities that are out there. I'm hoping we can have some of that discussion yet today.
I was just in Nordegg on Saturday, kind of came back from the PARA conference early and did a quick stop through, and I'm trying to envision, you know, construction versus people, you know, businesses uptake, et cetera, at the top, and I'm of the opinion that there's an opportunity for just get it coming down the hill, get that Main Street done, and then offshoot what we need to offshoot at whatever point in time. And I know that probably deep services can be built to a certain point, and an opportunity to, yes, it is a high risk to say we're gonna bite the bullet and get it done, but at the same token, if business disruption is not attractive, and neither for, especially during the summer, we have limited construction time, so we do know that what we want to have done in a construction season to be completed. We don't like the carryovers if we don't have to, and who knows, we've had some wonderful dry summers. We know what a monsoon can happen out there too and not get very much done. So again, the conversation in regards to philosophy we can address in a bit. So I'll offer you to any last minute comments before we call the question.
No, I think we're good.
We're good? There was nothing else indicated on the budget 10-year capital plan that you wanted to bring
Nothing
forward?
new, other than, like I say, we discussed about the, if there was gonna be a motion outside of with the service commercial, that, I don't know if Councillor Melhoff or committee member Melhoff today, wanted to make a motion in that regard, or?
It's up to the will of council, and I think that we need to have a discussion on where we're building this. I know that, like I said, talking to the businesses at the different Explore Nordegg meetings that I've attended with Councillor Ratcliffe, they would like to see us continue to build out where the major service has already been happening. But I agree with, what CO Emmons has said, is it's chicken and the egg, like, if we can get people pushed up the hill and get a reason for people to go up the hill, that will absolutely get those lots sold. But right now, they wanna see the stuff they're currently on, for Nordegg Canteen, for example, they would like to see all of that built out. And I think the benefit to the golf course would be there too, to have all of that built out, and the benefit to that region in general, to see that completed.
All right. Maybe that's a discussion, further discussion item, and go from there. Councillor
I,
Levy?
for one, would certainly like to see that discussion, and as I mentioned earlier on, there is a way we can bring people to any spot within that community we want, using the utility service we've already paid to put in place and aren't using because our commercial development simply hasn't happened. You can bring them all right to wherever you want in town because they will follow their technology to that spot and use the Wi-Fi while they're there, so anyway. Just get off my soapbox and pass
All
it back,
good.
please.
So if there's further motions or discussion, I believe lunch is here, so we can have a break for our lunch, if that's okay. And we will break till 12:45, 12:30, 12:30? What's up? 12:30. We'll go to 12:30. Break till 12:30. Well, welcome back. We are going to continue on in our agenda to item 5.1, Nordegg Development Past Decisions and Cost Analysis. Turn it over to Ms. Soran.
Good afternoon. So we've put together a presentation on kind of very high level what's happened to date at the Hamlet of Nordegg, just to give kind of some support and background to the development that's happened there so far. One of the things that I would just ask as you go through this presentation is that you keep in mind what is the goal for Clearwater County and this council for Nordegg? What are we trying to accomplish? What's the end result look like? So let's begin. History, mostly financial history, but there's some other stuff that I just felt like needed to be included just so that everyone kind of had a basic understanding of when things happened and why. So where does the county invest resources in Nordegg? There's kind of three areas: Nordegg operations, services for current, permanent, and temporary residents of Nordegg. And these decisions are made during service level discussions and budget deliberations, the same as any other hamlet or any other ratepayer for Clearwater County. Land development for sale, funds are invested in developing land for sale to grow the hamlet of Nordegg. And then infrastructure development for use by the public. We'll go into that a little more as we get further into the presentation. So I just wanted to touch on Nordegg operations. Operational costs are not funded from the Nordegg Development Restricted Surplus. These are costs that are incurred to provide services to existing residents. They're related to maintenance of infrastructure that's currently there, water and wastewater, as well as provide many services such as solid waste, library, recreation, and many other services that are used by the ratepayers in the Hamlet of Nordegg. So let's move on to the meat of the presentation, which is the land development and the history of that. So in the beginning, the county became involved in 1992. They assisted the Nordegg Historical Society with resource support, both in the way of financial support and staffing support. In 1996, the county swapped 7 quarters of land with the province for approximately 1,800 acres, or 11 quarters that encompass the Hamlet of Nordegg, and also on the north side of the highway there. In roughly 2002, an additional 160 acres were acquired to develop a designated industrial subdivision outside of the hamlet borders. So you've heard a lot about this word philosophy. So the past philosophy, although council of the day saw the benefits of protecting the history there, the development of Nordegg was not to be a drain on the taxpayers on the eastern end of the county. Additionally, all dollars that would be generated from the sale of land, as well as profits from the lease or rentals, would go into added development, planning, studies, and future infrastructure there. And I can say I've pulled up a couple of the old business plans, one from 1997, one from 2008. The 1997 one is optimistic at best. It didn't matter which scenario it chose. I think the smallest amount of net revenues from developing the north and south sides of the hamlet was about $25 million net to the county. And as we've developed, we can see that that is not feasible, that there will not be revenues associated with developing the sites of the Hamlet of Nordegg. So moving on, Nordegg development plans. Once the council of the day decided what what they were willing to do and the resources they were willing to contribute to this development, other decisions were made, which included the inclusion of the Nordegg Development Plan to ensure the historic look of the hamlet continued to honor Martin Nordegg's initial plans. I did hint at the 2 different business plans were published, both of which included substantial revenues and profits for developing Nordegg. Neither of these decisions or plans have remained. The Nordegg Development Plan has changed over time, and better knowledge and additional infrastructure have increased the costs of developing, and revenues haven't climbed at the same rate. Maintaining past models have proven difficult. So the first decisions were that the water system was in urgent need of replacement and an older reservoir system that was completed in 1998. The wastewater system was archaic and undersized. The decision faced by that council was, should this be replaced by one that would handle development if it were to occur, or build to the size required by that day's population? It was decided to build for future development, and this was constructed in the 2007 through 2009 years. It was hoped that activity in the west would spur development in the hamlet itself, as well as the nodes of Saunders-Alexo, Shunda Goldeye, Bighorn Canyon, and White Goat Lakes, all of which are on provincially owned land. The next steps and decisions were that over the next several years, decisions were made to develop the north side first with fewer municipal services, including property, septic tanks, cistern water, and gravel roads. This was done intentionally to keep the cost of development down, to have resources to build the pricier town lots that would put a larger strain on municipal resources. Over time, infrastructure and lot development have been staggered, and timelines have been adjusted to stay in step with market tolerances. So you can see on the different land development phases that have occurred over the years. Should have had a total in here. So the total revenues for each phase is in the first column there. The number of lots that were created in each phase is there. The number of lots sold, and you can see on the north end that these lots have indeed sold to the capacity that was developed. The cost, the average cost of these lots, and the total cost of that phase. And you can see that from this graph that there was some revenues generated through these lot sales that have gone into projects, infrastructure projects in that community to further the development there. The next slides are all of the individual subdivisions, where the lots are, the infrastructure roads that are in place to service them, and any future plans noted within those subdivisions. The first slide was actually, the costs are actually included in the second slide. So the costs and revenues were noted for both phases together, and I didn't realize that at the time. And then when we went to put this together, I didn't want to leave those lots out, so we put the map in there so you could see that those lots have been created and sold, but the revenue and costs were included in the North Phase 1, which is is not what it was called at the time. It's just the order in which they were created. So North Phase 1 just means that's on the north side. That's the first phase that was created. There's different types of lots, cottage lots, residential lots, depending on the type of property that the individual was interested in. Were they interested in a property that they were only going to be there occasionally, where the services, they didn't want them, they wanted to be able to just have water when they were there, heat when they were there, and so forth. So that was the main part of the development that happened on the north side. Then as you can see, as we move to slide, keep going, keep going, keep going. There, oh, sorry. That starts the maps for the town site development. So you can see Elizabeth Ave there. In the purple, you'll see that on the next map is Lily Ave, that those are being completed currently. And then the future commercial lots that will be in the historic core there. Then there's also maps included for the mobile home park and the industrial phase 1 that recently sold out, and the phase 2 that is under beginning construction. The other thing to note here is that the grant funding that supplemented the development of Nordegg, so it's mostly been MSI, and it's gone towards wastewater. It went $2.5 million to do part of the land development in the north in 2011 for $2.5 million, and then a water well in 2014 was funded through MSI. Future grant funding for that community, Stewart Street asphalt overlay, and I believe that's for, can't remember the new name of it, but the Federal Gas Tax Fund, Community Building Futures or something. And MSI for the Quarry Road base pave to completion is an additional $682,000. So then we move on to the infrastructure projects. That have been funded through the development. So these are projects that we don't sell a portion of them off, we don't get any revenue, but they were required in order to develop the town site. So Highway 11 access, and that's the first access on the north. There's a small amount for the south access included in there from 2020, projected from 2023 plans. Quarry Road, Stewart Street, Coal Miners Crescent, and Lower Stewart Street. And these are all projects that needed to happen in order for people to access those developments, but of course don't get sold off and don't generate any revenue. The next slide shows the utilities that have gone into that community and come out of that due from that restricted surplus or grant revenue of the 12 million. So the sanitary system here at 8.7 million, you'd see from the 2 slides previous that just over 7 million came from MSI funds. Water system upgrade, water well number 4, stage 1 water treatment plant, and a dry hydrant. So that's $10 million. The next slide shows, I just chose community enhancement for these projects, tried to kind of lump them together. Martin Creek Rehab, the Nordegg entrance sign, the interpretive signage, the work that's been done to the Nordegg Church, the trails within the hamlet and the north side of the hamlet, and 3 industrial subdivision lots repurposed to be staging areas for the Nordegg to Rocky Trail. The next slide shows some facility projects, so staff houses, old public works shop, the museum, and this is just the capital upgrades to the museum. There's been many dollars spent on the museum in the operations portion, which doesn't come from the restricted surplus account. So Bighorn Store and Shank's Garage both had costs associated with them. And then the next slide is just the remaining projects. So there's general subdivision and planning. So to begin with, before the scope of what the development was going to look like. There was some general planning and subdivision costs, and then legal fees, and at that time, there was no realtor fees, but when the lots were sold, that were incurred in those first few phases, since then, they've been incorporated into the costs of the lots that were sold. Mine site projects, there's been toilets put up there and work been done to the sorting plant. So, to get into what's left to sell out of what has been begun or completed for development. So residential phase 1, 6 lots. Those were fully sold, and then they've been, the county always has a option to purchase those back if the person that buys them does not want to move forward with developing them, and that's happened on 6 lots in 2023 on phase 1. Elizabeth Ave, there was 2 commercial lots developed. So those are yet to sell that are on that Elizabeth Ave with the rest of the residential. They're 2 end lots that were identified in the Nordegg plan as being for commercial purposes. There's the 2 lots from the manufactured home park that were set aside for staff housing that I believe this committee recommended to council to put those up for sale. Commercial core, there's about 25 lots there. I don't think the subdivision has happened for that commercial core. That one's complete? Okay, ready for sale. So 25 lots there. And because these lots have yet to be put on them, or yet to sell or get a general feeling for what the marketability is, these are estimated revenues per lot. Like the residential phase 1 and the manufactured home park, we have a better idea because their lots have already sold. 2 commercial lots on Elizabeth Ave, not sure. Commercial core residential phase 2, which is Lily Ave, just put similar to residential phase 1. And then the industrial phase 2 is again an estimate on the 14 lots there. Next slide.
Just got one more. One more slide, and then I'm sure there'll be a bunch of questions. in
Yes, I'm
regards to
sure
that,
there will,
so-
yeah.
But that's all good. We'll let you finish.
Okay. So the lot sales have generated or have generated $18 million total. And then the grant revenue that's been received or anticipated, 12 million. Projected revenue from future sales already developed, 830,000. So that's those 2 manufactured home park. That doesn't include the commercial core. So, and expenditures, cost of land development, cost of capital projects, and cost to complete projects already committed is 37 million. So that currently there's a deficit of $6 million there. Additional lot revenue if every lot sold, so that includes the commercial core, the industrial lots that are just being phase 2 that are being completed in Lily Ave. So if every lot sold that's in progress of being developed with no further development of any other infrastructure, there would be a net surplus of $1.7 million.
Are you good with some questions now then?
You bet.
Awesome. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I've got lots.
Yeah, that's good.
First off, for the estimated revenue from lots to sell, is that just confirming, is that per lot that you have listed? Or is that what is gonna be revenue after we've minus expenditures? Cause 80,000 to sell 32 lots. So is like the per lot or?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, also, the numbers that you've summarized, where can we get the information on how much benefit we get as far as taxes? Because these are great for if you're just a developer, but if the land doesn't get developed and sold, we don't get tax revenue, so therefore it sits and doesn't benefit the municipality at all and only ever runs a deficit. So where do we calculate in the tax benefit to actually developing and selling these lots? Because I think that's more important even than these numbers, because that's continues in perpetuity.
Well, the tax revenue will go to service, to pay for the services that those residents require.
Absolutely, but we're doing those services regardless because we have wastewater and water regardless because we're in that community. So then if we are developing and then selling more lots, that's more tax revenue to spread out the burden of the cost of having a wastewater and water facility across a higher population, because otherwise they have to pay for the water and wastewater anyway through those taxes. So we build more lots and sell more lots, more tax revenue to spread across the entire community for those services.
It will always be in a deficit. There will never be any extra tax revenue above the services that go into that hamlet.
Okay, but isn't it worse now that if we just leave it the way that it is than if we were to ensure that the community is thriving and developed?
Well, more people always cost more to service. There are some services that are already there, like you say, the wastewater, but more often than not, the more people you have in an area, the more it costs to service.
Okay. I believe Mr. Magnus had said that our current sanitary system actually costs us more because there's less people utilizing it, that it's designed for a higher number of people and therefore costs us more to maintain it because it doesn't have the same number of effluent coming into it.
Yeah, the wastewater is the one exception.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure that I have my head all the way around this because I'm just trying to make sure I have my head around it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Questions? Councillor Graham.
Not a question, but thank you very much for this. This is wonderful to have and to be able to see these numbers. Thank you for putting that together for us.
Councillor Lowy.
Kind of building off of what Deputy Reeve Melhoff said, I know this stuff is, all these utilities, services, the capital investment there is amortized. What do we look for a period of time for those amortization, for those deep services and sidewalks and everything that's going to support future development, and trying to get a feel for are we losing a lot of value if this stuff goes unused for many years? Just kind of getting an idea of what we're amortizing out for depreciation on these.
So it really depends on the type of infrastructure. So wastewater is about 70 years. I think water, depending on the life of the well, like the water system there is a water well that services that community. So I don't know off the top of my head. I know sidewalks are about 25 or 30 years. So depending on what infrastructure it is how long that infrastructure will last. And yes, once it wears out, those will need to be replaced.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that.
Any further comments, questions? I agree. This has been a great breakdown of what we've done in the past. It's been a long time since 1992.
It has.
And lots of things have changed, and looking at the pricing back in the day to compare to what it is today is a tumult, regardless of inflation. I believe price of oil has definitely dictated a lot of that. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Lowy.
One kind of other little deep dive into, when we created the deep utilities, for instance, well, maybe it's not even a deep utility, but the electrical system in the commercial core, that would have been anticipating commercial development within that core. It would have been sized for that commercial development. Are we paying for that full sizing now, or is that something that we increment as those services are developed? I'm just kind of getting a feeling, do we have some kind of idling costs that are brought forward by us not encouraging more development within the core?
I'll just comment on one thing and then I'll turn it over to Director Hansen. One of the things is that Fortis actually takes a deposit from Clearwater County, and once that lot is developed, that deposit is returned to Clearwater County, but that development has to happen within 10 years. And it varies depending on the lot size. And I'm sure Mr. Hansen will have more to add.
No, actually, that's a great analysis. That's how historically all of our developments have been done, is that actually those costs are reimbursed, and we've seen success with that, with that reimbursement. It's not quite the same as like when we're looking at the North Quarter, for example. We paid for a 3-phase service to come in there, and then because the new build required a 3-phase, but that was going to be upwards of $7,000 or $8,000 a month to pay for that service. So we only put a single-phase transformer on the pedestal at the time, so then we're only being charged a fraction of it. So there are ways to get around until that demand is there, then that cost would reoccur. So it's a little bit different than what, as the developer is, they say Rhonda did best to describe how it's built or completed on a development scenario, is that we put out the original capital cost and then we're reimbursed as development comes on.
Okay, so if I could, just so I understand then, that commercial capability is there, it doesn't have to be upgraded as those lots are developed, or it does? I'm just trying to understand, is there, could we hook something up to that, or hook a business up to that right away, or does that require an additional investment or commitment?
Yes, it is future-proofed for that commercial development. So the upgrades, we've actually done a utility servicing plan when we did that, I believe, early this year, late last year, knowing what the demands are going to be for the potential development. And so, yeah, that's all been proofed out, and we are upsizing accordingly and ready for those hook-ons.
And one final question, if council would bear with me. Those services then would be based on a commercial development within that property. So it would be upgraded from what a residential type approach to, say, electrical servicing?
Yeah, absolutely. And if I can kind of reach out of the box here a little bit, we actually had a really good conversation with our designers in that. They're again trying to future-proof that electrical service because of the demand for like electric vehicles, et cetera, even in the residential capacity. And there was very little concern from our electrical designers, knowing that these trends are well on their way from a commercial setting and a residential setting, that the capacity was there. And building in the redundancy as well as building in the redundancy, for looping of service there to make sure that service is uninterrupted. So that is definitely brought forward in the design phase and will be implemented.
Thank you very much. Exactly what I wanted to hear.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. At previous EDO conferences and seminars, et cetera, there's been a lot of discussion on ways to bring in development in organizations or commercial entities, and one of them has been tax rebates or incentives of some form. I believe our neighbor, the town of Rocky Mountain House, has done that very thing on some of their properties. Is there an opportunity for us to do that, considering the commercial core is now available for purchase? Is there an opportunity for us to incentivize bringing in development?
Ms. Serhan?
Any incentive offered would then reduce your pool on who is paying for those services, because the services are there and need to be paid for. So if you decided one lot wouldn't pay taxes for a certain number of years, then they're not contributing to the cost of those. So that falls on the rest of the ratepayers that are in the area.
But without them, it's entirely on the ratepayers in the area, right?
It's probably a different amount, but yes.
Councillor Graham.
I just would like to, it seems like the lights are off now, so I'd like to make a motion that the committee receives the Nordegg Development past decisions and cost analysis report for information.
Any further discussion, comment? Councillor Northcott.
I just want to comment on Ms. Serhan, just for the, basically the way I understand this is, and I think you did an excellent job explaining everything there, by the way, but more residents in the area puts more demand on public services, such as everything's, you know, for sidewalks, you know, bylaw officers, repaving of roads. So it really, at the end of the day, it doesn't really generate any revenue, right? Just that money collected for taxes goes to continued. And on a bigger scale, if you look at, you know, sometimes you hear the comments that they say we need more people, but you look at and if you go to bigger, look at the province of Alberta, there's lots more people in the whole province, and there's the municipality, but the debt is much bigger as well, you know, pushing up close to $100 billion. Go even on a bigger scale, even through the whole country, you know, I think that's even more people, but the debt is even bigger. I think around 2.3 or 2.4 trillion. Look to the neighbors to the south in the US, I think they're around 30 trillion. So it just, to compound, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. In looking back to the north subdivision, it looked like there was a lot more value to Clearwater County to do the work in the northern subdivision. Is there an opportunity for us to do the next phase in the north to help cover the deficit for working in the hamlet within the town site?
I'm glad I didn't have to bring that one up. So if we could bring that air photo up on that north, it's safe to say that the easy work is done. The easy lots have been sold. The preliminary geotech for this next phase basically proves that is the most costly and intrusive next phase of development. That's really why it's been shelved for a very long time. It's creeping up to us on the 10-year plan, even though it was at the far end of the 10-year plan 10 years ago, it's creeping up. And this is actually something we do want to talk to council about today, is that administratively, we actually would recommend removing it from the 10-year plan from a cost standpoint, leaving it on the plan as development, as all other avenues of expanse are exhausted, that this, you know, if there is an opportunity, technology improves, and foundation-wise, the investment in erosion control, because we know on that mountainous slope that we're seeing a historic amount of issues there coming into the subdivisions and having to deal with that on a regular basis. Honestly, I said from administrative perspective, we recommend actually removing that from the 10-year plan unless council feels that this is something they want to pursue. The demand is there. If you were to build it, there's likely they would be sold. But it creates a lot of concerns and issues with the development of that. Erosion specifically, and the impacts on those residents straight downhill from them. So love to hear your perspective or answering any questions in regards to that.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. No, I appreciate that, because that's why I was curious. I was curious why we hadn't done it, considering it is such high demand for that area. And during the NDP process, we heard loud and clear from people that they don't necessarily want to see us urbanizing the rural landscape, but this is an urban landscape where the plan is for Nordegg to be an urban-based landscape. So therefore, it would make sense for us to push any development into those hamlet areas. So I was trying to find a way that we can accomplish that very thing. But if it's geotechnically not possible or hindrance due to that, then it makes sense why we haven't already done it. So thank you for the background. I appreciate it.
Any further comments or discussions? I know for myself, look, going back there, I think it's just too, as discussed, it's too, the cost prohibitive, and I think the past council and planning have taken advantage of, you know, as much as they could as far as that particular area, and I think we gotta go where our services have been put in, and that is on the south side, where we have the water sewer, and continue that way. But anyway, any more comments, questions? There's a motion on the floor to accept for information. I will call the question. Oh, did one more? You bet.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, thanks. I'm sure it was. No.
Director Hansen.
Outside of that motion, could we get another one that actually discusses specifically this one?
Yes, motion, yes. Motion on the floor is in regards to accept for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Now looking at a motion to, in regards to, we labeled this the North Subdivision Expansion? North Subdivision Country Residential. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I know when we were in Nordegg for the land use bylaw meeting as well, so many of the problems in the north subdivision area were brought up, and I feel like doing this right now would add to those problems. So I would make a motion that we remove the North Nordegg Country Residential Development Plan from the 10-year capital plan. That we recommend to council, sorry.
Recommend to council. Thank you. Thank you. Discussion on that motion. Deputy Reeve, no, Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Will this make it so that we can't accept if somebody else wants to do it? Because I don't want to turn down somebody else building this development. If a developer came in and wanted to build it, or a ski hill, or a Nordic Center, or something, like if they want to do something with this, I don't want us to say, nope, we've decided we're never doing it. I don't want to tie our hands.
So my philosophy would be that regardless of whether we take it off the list, it can be added back on the list. Or they say if a developer were to come and say, we're ready to take on this challenge of creating this development, and we assure this council that we can mitigate all the concerns are there with that, and they can prove that out, it would never actually be put back on our list, it would be put on their list. So the project is still there, the land is dedicated for it, it's just the funding hasn't been identified in our 10-year capital plan anymore. But it's still, it's not lost, it's just parked to the side.
Supplementary?
Yes.
Developers often look for zoned land that is ready for them. What is this zone? Can we look at rezoning it to encourage developers to do their work? Because we've always been told that they look for land that's properly, or that's zoned for that plan. So can we have a strategic vision of what this could be? Maybe not residential, maybe it does be a ski hill or something, like, I don't know.
Tubing hill?
A tubing hill, whatever. But if it's not zoned appropriately, a developer isn't gonna look at it at all. Like, they're not gonna put, maybe sheep. Maybe sheep can do that. Mountain sheep?
I don't know,
Zoned ag.
my experience with rezoning isn't hard. You know, you come to council with your proposal, saying this is what it's currently zoned as. Council gets the opportunity, goes to a public hearing, because then it actually can be driven by what the vision is. So now the decision can be made, instead of arbitrarily, you know, zoning it resort, commercial, or residential, and limiting to that. If it's ag today, then whoever comes to us as part of your first step would be get it to rezone with your vision. And then that's your first opportunity to vet the idea.
Follow up.
One more.
Then why does Mr. Pratt keep telling us that the zoning is restriction for development? If it's that easy, why are we continually told that we need land that is zoned appropriately for development if that's not an issue?
CEO Ammons.
Thank you. And both statements are exactly true. I believe what Director Hansen is actually referring to is the zoning has to fit need and size of parcel. This would be an extremely large parcel to rezone country residential at this stage without going through a full subdivision and a vetting, a planning process to have the zoning accommodate the parcel size and need. So I believe that's actually the answer you're getting, if that makes more sense. And going back to Director Hansen's previous point, if somebody did come to the table and want a ski resort, your pre-zoning on a large parcel might actually restrict that initiative. So development ready land is exactly that. You're absolutely right. And our EDO is exactly right. To have zoned, subdivided, development ready land is economically friendly. This is none of those, and even a rezoning wouldn't make it that way respectfully. Does that help?
Nope, that clears it up, absolutely, thank you.
Ms. Serhan, your blight's going, did you?
After you.
Okay, okay. Then Councillor Northcott.
Nope, I did not push my
No?
button.
Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you. Little hesitant to get right off the 10-year vision. I was just wondering how much engineering work has been done on this area as of now. If we already have a leg up on some of the planning around that, it'd be nice to at least keep it in the long-term picture vision.
Director Hansen?
Yeah, in my time, we haven't invested heavily into it. We've been, the consultants that have worked in the area have actually expanded into this in the draft plan. And they've communicated the concerns of the development as well as the community and the long-term operational cost and concerns that have been brought up, you know, especially upstream of this area. We'd be happy to leave it on the capital plan in whatever capacity you would like. That's whatever vision that we can keep it on there as a placeholder and continue the conversation, or we can invest more heavily into proving the theory out more. There's a couple of different ways to skin the cat.
Well, definitely. I've been to Greece, so I know it's possible to build on any kind of slope possible there. But there's, you know, truly, you know, you have to balance out what those costs would be to actually do that kind of development. I think we have other areas around Nordegg to focus on at the moment. So although I would like to see it still remain within our overall vision and plan for Nordegg, I don't think we need to invest anything extra in this area at the moment. So it could potentially fall off as was suggested by the motion.
Any further discussion? Mr. Han, your light's blinking. After the motion? Okay, fair. All right, so I will call the question in regards to removing this North Nordegg Country subdivision off the 10-year capital plan. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. All right. All right, we will finalize with Mr. Han.
Yeah, so just as we went through all of that information and you've seen Director Hansen's 10-year capital plan, I wouldn't mind bringing that 10-year capital plan up just for a moment. No. Yeah. So knowing that there's, if everything's sold today and you had, the restricted surplus would have $1.7 million in it, what is the philosophy of council then moving forward? Is it that the development should go forward the way it's noted with the different phases? Or, yeah, I guess I would just be interested to hear how council feels this is a priority in relation to other priorities within the county, and should the county still be trying to recoup from the sale of lots for the projects that are planned for Nordegg in the future? Let's start there.
Okay. So I know for myself, in my few conversations that have happened, I know some of the hesitancy for some of the people that have asked me specifically about the historical commercial core was they're still waiting for, they want the gas to be there before they invest. So that's their biggest, they're not gonna invest if the gas isn't gonna come in a timely manner. So if they knew it was gonna be there for sure in May of 2024, then yes, they would seriously consider. But if it's still a window, they're not. So I know that's the hesitancy at that point in time. So I like the fact that we need to, there's a snowball coming, and I fully believe once we can answer some of those questions, I think we're gonna start to see some movement in sales, but I'm curious here to talk to my fellow councillors in regards to what the conversations they've had. So I'll start with Councillor Councillor Ratcliffe. You're next.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I think we do need to have a conversation about changing some of the priorities, the phasing on this, accelerating development along Stewart Street, I think has merit. We don't know all the technical parts that might change that decision, so it's a further discussion we need to have. Which doesn't answer your question. But I'm certainly in favor of accelerating areas where it makes sense.
Okay, do you wanna?
I just wanted to make sure I was clear that the natural gas project isn't included in those numbers, and it's not, I don't believe in Eric's numbers either, because it would be an operational cost for Clearwater County.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Director Hagan?
Yeah, you bet. I was just gonna clarify, it was in last year's, like this 2023 operational budget at 1.2.
1.2.
Yeah.
I think the cost is different than that now.
Okay. Do it. Okay. There we go. All right. Councillor Graham.
For me, I definitely want to move forward with developing Nordegg. I think it's really coming together well. I would personally like to stick with the phases. I don't care if we rearrange the order of them, but I would like to continue with the phase development. It's very important, but there are, like you said, there are other priorities in the county as well, and we only have so much money. I think that the phase development is the most fiscally responsible way to do it. And so that's where I stand. I'd like to continue with the phases and do it, like you said, in a logical way, I think, Councillor Ratcliffe, you just said, and but continue forward with other priorities throughout the entire county. It's not just the county of Nordegg, it's Clearwater County. And we don't know too what the future of it looks like with potential amalgamation and everything, so I think we need to keep that in the back of our minds as well.
It's an excellent picture there to look at how things are going. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I think that I've made my position fairly clear throughout all of today already, how I am very much in favor of continuing with the development of Nordegg. I think that it's extremely important that we do it smart, and I think that we have been doing that. But I also worry that if we hold back too much, it can be a detriment to that community as well. So I think that taking some extra risk is actually going to be more beneficial to development in that community than the do to, do from philosophy that we have had historically. I think that made a lot of sense when development was extremely slow in that community, and it needed to be proved out. So I think that was a very smart philosophy for the council of the day. Starting out new in that community, being gifted Nordegg, but I think that there's more to be gained if we take a little bit more risk going forward. I'm not saying all the risk, but a little bit more risk can be more beneficial to that community now.
I would even like to see, I know, again, we manage the mine site, and the town is of a direct benefit to that mine site. Potential businesses as well. So to me, it's like anytime we can reach out to our counterparts, government of Alberta, government of Canada, to help with this. I know Councillor Cermak has mentioned hydrogen energy, but it might be a little bit too late on that one. But if gas is coming in the near future, we definitely need to look at this. I look at that green area. I know it says high density. I know we're going to look at the potential of the engineering study. I'm like, Shallow services, tiny homes, that's, boom, put that in there at some sort. I think it's a great opportunity there, but I would love the construction to just be one and done. And again, it's the construction season. You know, especially along the main lines. If you can get that main drag cleared off for construction, the side construction can happen, but I'm not a construction guy. But anyways, any other comments? Yes, Councillor Lowy.
Probably no secret, I came into this room 6 years ago not being a supporter of Nordegg and the development and essentially the plan around it. I have certainly been converted, and I have to be somewhat cautious not to be over optimistic. But what I have seen, looking at what the plans envelop, look at what the community, those outside the community are saying about the positives, that I don't think it's the time to let the foot off the gas. I think we need to keep adding momentum to what has already been built in Nordegg over the last number of years. So in that respect, I would be supportive of many initiatives within Nordegg, and that's kind of where I sit at the moment.
The only way, I'm just looking at that plan, and I wish there was like a 1, 2, 3, 4 on those colors, because that would help with the 24, 25, 26. Yeah. 10-year, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, didn't even, there you go. Oh, it's just the numbers, it doesn't give the years.
On the 10-year capital plan.
Yeah, just the 10-year capital plan, so.
But looking at it at the same time
Yeah.
is helpful.
Yeah, exactly. If there was a number on those particular ones, it would be helpful, but that.
Yellow's gone.
Yeah, yellow's gone. And same with the dark blue, but. So as it is now, we have in 2025, coming up, well, is the Stewart Street Cemetery to Elizabeth. That's the first, and that's phase 2 of the historical commercial core. Those are destined to be constructed in 2025. So I guess let's start with those two. Are those?
Boring, we can do in 2024.
Or you got a lot of work to do in 2023 yet then.
Hey, we got rid of a $5.2 million project in 2024 with the South Road. We can do anything. Not everything though, there's a caveat now.
So I will, no, that's okay, I'll direct it to Director Hansen to guide us through this a little more.
No, absolutely. So 2024 is actually cleaning up some of the mess from 2023, actually even from 2022. So it's multi-year projects. Unfortunately, I know with the, in my opinion, we had a really good construction year. Some of the projects just weren't able to get completed. We have the Beaver Flat Road, even the industrial subdivision, and I'm not really confident that they're going to get the shallow utilities in that phase 2, even though it's really not a hindrance on sale of lots or the subdivision. That's, once it's in place, those lots are ready to go. But as for, picking up where you kind of handed it over there, is very much so trying to finish that, we call that the historic trail, all the way from Stewart Street up to Elizabeth, then tying back into Center Street, so that's getting that, the next section of, finishing the detailed design on that Stewart Street Cemetery to Elizabeth. That detailed design work needs to be done. And then, if that were to be expedited, that's a possibility. Because I say the preliminary engineering is done this year, detailed design could be done earlier, and we could try to get the construction off for, say, that next section from Stewart Street up. I'm not gonna say that can't be done, but it could be, because it's well on its way through the design phase. A lot of the work, that's why there's actually not a preliminary engineering line item for phase 2 historic commercial core, because it's so closely tied to phase 1. A lot of that work was done historically, so we just need to do the detailed design to finish that next section from Stewart Street over to Center Street. So Those ones are less complex because there's been because it ties so closely to the older phase. Again, I'm gonna leave it to council to decide what needs to be expedited or what can't, and then I need time to actually adjust and digest, vet it to see what can be done next year.
Okay.
If there was a desire to move those forward.
Okay. So looking at what's been presented, open to comments. How does this committee feel about moving, bringing forward, for example, I know we have, like, say, the commercial core and the cemetery to Elizabeth. I mean, there's an opportunity to bump one other phase if we so choose. So, Councillor Ratcliffe, I'll go to you first.
I just wanted to ask if we can expedite any of the multifamily or high density to solve that staff residence problem.
Oh, sorry. CAO Emmons.
Thank you, Chair. If we could actually, maybe administration's led you too far down a path here right now. What we want, or we're hoping, my hope for this committee today is to provide a holistic picture, and this committee hasn't had that yet. We've brought you into a point where you're trying to prioritize and expedite projects and you haven't weighed all the rest. I'm a firm believer that if we don't try and focus council on a couple of priorities, this council won't see success on those priorities. And this is just some of those priorities. Perhaps there's another opportunity to gauge and weigh the priority of these projects with all the others. The information's been presented. I'd respectfully suggest that be retained and we look at a more holistic picture when the time is right.
During budget deliberations?
Even later today.
Okay, very good. Sounds good. Any further questions? No? Okay, Councillor Louie.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And, you know, I'll just put it this way. I know the federal government, and quite often people in Alberta don't want to work well with the federal government. The federal government has a large amount of money that they're placing towards affordable housing. And a development within Nordegg may fit with that because that is looking at exactly what business in Nordegg needs to have. They need to have families that move in with affordable housing and fill those service level jobs that we believe will be necessary within Nordegg as it develops. So it's good to have that discussion ahead of time and see if it is a fit. It could, anytime you can leverage the funds we have to invest along with funds from the other levels of government, it just makes the world so much easier. So that's something I would just put out there as a potential game changer within this discussion.
Yes, thank you so much. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. And I would agree, and I would think that our administration has been very good at being nimble anytime those opportunities have presented themselves. They've been able to capitalize on those opportunities once they've been found. So now that they know that we're looking for them, we can capitalize on some of those opportunities.
Councillor Councillor Ratcliffe. You're blinking.
Yeah, I'm blinking. I just wanted to clarify my position here, and that is I would be in favor of, after a holistic discussion, taking a little more risk to move some aspects of Nordic development ahead.
Councillor Graham.
I will say, coming back to this side of the table's discussions, was a couple minutes ago here, I've had a resident to reach out about trying to find those grants for housing around here too. So it's countywide even, not just Nordegg for those. And I agree, hopefully we can find some and build some stuff.
Any more? We can move on. I need a motion for receipt for information. Okay. All right. Is there a motion? Someone like to make the motion to receive for information?
I thought she
Nope.
said we already did it.
Did we already do that? Oh, sorry, I thought we were, this was a secondary, thank you so much, that's right.
Reserve the right to come back to it later this
That's right, we reserve the right. Okay, moving all right along then. We're into, CEO, Office of the CEO, 6.1. Sorry. Should have highlighted that.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee. So this one is before the committee's consideration for recommendation to council. First recommendation, that the committee determines a labor market increase between 2% and 4% for 2024. The second, that the committee recommends that council approve that rate within the 2024 Clearwater County budget. So the background, in accordance with Employee Commence Compensation Policy HR 1007, council is to review recommendations for annual market adjustments in order to maintain pay compensations at that 65th percentile of similar sized municipalities and or comparative organizations. Only a few of the comparative organizations have so far shared their preliminary estimates, but those provided are within the range identified above. While inflation is not necessarily the only determinant regarding proposed rate increases, it is a factor to consider, particularly in the last year. In August, the Consumer Price Index, CPI, in Alberta was 4.3%, while the median Canadian CPI for the same period was 4.1. Labor market increases for Clearwater County over the past 6 years were as follows, and we've just itemized there to give this committee a bit of history. So administration's brought this forward for this committee's consideration. If there are any questions, I'll do my best to either answer or defer to my team.
Very good, thank you. Opening discussion, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. September was 3.7. Are we gonna see that trend go downward throughout the season, or is that a blip on the radar, do we think? I can't find October's, because obviously October's not over yet, but.
Keeping current, if I had to whip out a crystal ball, would say it could go down a little bit more. I don't think it's gonna go down a lot. Globally, we seem to be in a fairly consistent chaos.
I was actually surprised to see it trend down at all. When I looked at it, I was surprised to see that it went down from 4.1. I actually expected to see it go up, so I was surprised.
And which is why I do think it'll stabilize out. I think it might go down a little bit more, but it'll stabilize out. I really do. But that's my crystal ball. Market's market. Looking at what we've gone through for a 12-month window to set up this recommendation, this is what we're looking at. Not so much a projection ahead.
I do have one other question though, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought most labor had to start in camera and then move to public. Because I don't know how much of this I actually get to ask. Or it's all good?
All good.
Oh, okay, sounds good, thanks.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Considering that there aren't many market comparators, can we do this in a couple of steps where we set a number and then see how the rest of the comparators work out and make an adjustment later? Maybe in the first quarter or something?
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Generally speaking, what the county tries to do is to confirm those market comparators. This is a very rough estimate where we're just reaching out to some of the representatives and trying to get a guess at where they're going. It is very preliminary at this point. So to confirm those numbers, the county does a more formal comparison every second year and 2024 will be a comparator year where we do a full-blown project. So there will be opportunity midway through the year to confirm the amounts and get a more solid sense of exactly where they went. So right now, this is looking at an estimate going forward. So it's really up to the committee and ultimately council's comfort level as to how far or how close they want to get to this. And that's, again, why we provided a range, because we're not entirely sure either. We're not entirely comfortable with one solid number either. So it is purview of the committee to settle on a number within a range. And then we will be coming back and confirming that midway through the year once the study is done and we have more solid figures. And again, the intention is to assist council in keeping labor rates at the 65th percentile of those compared organizations in accordance with policy.
Thank you. Councillor Lohi?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I guess my question is basically just to understand the consumer price index. I know that the unemployment rate or the employment rate is seasonally adjusted. Is the CPI seasonally adjusted as well?
Director Hagan?
I don't know specifically on this. And what I can add to the discussion of inflation, and as noted in the item, it isn't the primary determinant of a labor market increase. Some people do refer to it as a cost of living increase. That's one factor for the committee and council ultimately to consider, but it's really more a matter of keeping up with those comparisons to comparator organizations. And generally speaking, what I'm hearing from our banking representatives is based on the most recent decision by the Bank of Canada to hold rates steady at this time, some of the narrative that came with that decision is that they're seeing the economy slowing down somewhat, they're seeing business activity slowing somewhat, but they're not seeing inflation necessarily showing definitive signs of coming down or even stabilizing at this point. So that one's really still up in the air.
Any further comment? Any discussion? I was in a municipal breakout session with the last conference, and they were talking about not only tax increases, they were talking about labor market increase as well. There was about 40 municipalities, different municipalities in there, and so they were all looking between 3.5% and 5% increase. So that's where they were at as well. So I think having between 2 and 4 is very conservative as far as the numbers are there. So we do want to ensure that we are keeping up. We want to be still an employer of choice and retain what we have and appreciate our staff that we have here. So looking for a number of what that people or what our council what we would recommend to council for during budget. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I would concur with everything that you said. We are definitely living in some unprecedented times right now, and we want to be able to retain quality staff here. I was thinking just middle of the road 3%. It's always a safe bet to go middle of the road, in my opinion. So that's kind of where the 3% came to me.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any discussion about 3%? We're hearing crickets. I guess we'll hear more at the budget if we can get a motion for recommendation for council, if that works. Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
The impact on budget will come when we discuss it at budget, correct? So, and that can be shifted one way or the other come budget time once we have more definitive numbers. Perfect, thank you.
Director Hagan?
Yeah, and just to confirm, based on the guidance given by this committee today, that's what we'll build into the draft budget. And then absolutely council will have that information available as well as information as to what potential other adjustments might cost or save. And we'll provide all of that during deliberations.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that we could have the number at 4% and, you know, what those costs would be. That would be very helpful at that particular point in time, because I know for myself, looking at, if it's 3%, that would be the very bottom that I would be wanting to approve. I would even consider going higher, but I would like to look at those numbers as well, so with the rest of council. So anyways, so there's a motion on the floor to set the market labor increase at 3%, and that this committee recommends. Oh, sorry.
I didn't make a motion, but I will.
Okay,
I don't know where
sorry.
you guys all kind of stand, but you can vote it down if you don't like it.
There you go. Okay, so Councillor Graham makes the motion to recommend, committee recommends to council to approve the rate at 3% for the 2024 county budget. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Very good. All right, moving on to 6.2. That would be, oh, sorry.
In that, sorry, I have to go back. The screen disappeared, so I can't remember the wording that was there, but it was essentially that would be approved within the 2024 budget?
Yeah, you bet. So.
Or was that a two-part motion that you made already?
I didn't see
I-
the same motion.
I did-
I think so.
Yes, I read it out as the 3% within that number 2 staff recommendation, that we approve the 3% rate.
Okay, fair enough,
that.
as long as we're not missing something that we need to come back to. Good.
That's fair. Okay, so moving on to 6.2, no, do you have a, sorry, Deputy Reeve Melhoff has a question.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. Is there an opportunity for 6.2 to be split into two? We're at the firefighter and crack seal, correct? Can we please split that into 2 recommendations? Because I will recuse for the firefighter conversation, but I'd like to be a part of the crack seal conversation, so.
I think that will be just fine.
Okay, thank you. Which one are we doing first, so I know when to get out?
I just wanted to start off with an intro. So this is not an HR budget item. Like, this impacts across the county. And I had spoken to Rick about it. I've been receiving some feedback and felt that it would probably be a good idea for council to kind of get the bigger picture. So I just wanted to, before I just jump into the slideshow that I have, so as it is, I was really taken with a presentation, and there was a quote from the female economist, Claudia Golden, who just won the Nobel Prize for this year. And I don't generally follow economists, I will tell you that. But part of her presentation really resonated with me. And so I'd like to reference parts of her speech as it relates to your budget process. Part of the problem is that economics is often stereotypically associated with finance, money, and banking. This narrow perception might not appeal to everyone. But economics is about much more than just the stock market. In fact, vast areas of the discipline deal with social issues, such as health, development, education, and gender inequality. So what I derived from her statement is that the money always has an impact on people. And in this way, I think that's also true of the decisions that council will have to make about our operating budget. So if it's all right, I'd like to just start off with talking about our paid on-call staff.
Councillor Melhoff would like, Deputy Ratcliffe would like a recuse?
To the cues for the conversation.
This is just information at this point. I'm not asking.
Issue or not an issue then?
Oh. CO Emmons?
If I may, at the committee level, I would offer up, if committee members are comfortable, that Jenny stay seated, not add in or create bias, but it is information, and we will separate out the recommendations to accommodate. But I don't believe there's any harm in sitting through. And if that resonates okay, not participating, not guiding, we're good.
To the rest of the team.
Your call. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Okay, thanks. So just in terms of starting off the topic, I'm hoping that the county will take a look at introducing a healthcare spending account for our paid-on-call staff. And what I meant by this proposal is that the county will fund this benefit in full if it's accepted, and we will not be co-billing the town of Rocky Mountain House. The reason being is the county is the employer of record, which means that our paid-on-call staff and their employment and employment terms really belong to the county, regardless of any cost-sharing arrangement we have with the town. So in the past, when it has come to our paid-on-call, we have considered some level of benefits, or if we could have introduced some sort of group plan for them. But part of the difficulty in looking at this is insurers feel that this is a risk group because we are not their primary employer in most cases. And so when insurance takes a look at their risk and claims, potential claims against them, it's easier for them to consider a group of employees who work regular hours, doing regular work, when they want to take a look at a benefits program. So the insurers are always very reluctant because they don't know what any of our paid-on-call staff might be doing in their other lifetime. So for example, one of the ones I keep getting quoted is, well, what if he's a bomb detonator on the side? So certainly they don't want to take a look at gain. The fact is, with insurance companies, they do take a look at risk, and of course, they also, because they're in private industry, take a look at their profit margin targets as well. So just to go to the next slide, Alana, thank you. So we've looked at having some sort of benefit over the years. And so I think that the healthcare spending account actually makes the most sense. At a minimum, I think that our paid-on-call members will be able to utilize this benefit, especially because of the physicality in terms of their training and their work as it applies to either using it for massage, physiotherapy, and in terms of strain on muscle, neck, and back. And so because this is administered in conjunction with our income tax regulation, we would have to internally take a look at some sort of eligibility and some sort of rules. I don't think that probably when we're going through our current hiring process for new paid-on-calls, I don't see this as we would set this benefit up automatically. Certainly they would have to be with us for a period of time to get past the probationary period, to know that they really are looking towards making a commitment to us rather than us just bang right off the top just offering this out. I don't have, sorry, just next slide, Milana, sorry. So I don't have, there's no magic to this number that I've chosen. The $1,200 per paid-on-call employee per year, it could have come in lower, could be higher. I'm just really looking at a starting point, and so I am proposing the $1,200 per person. And I think with any kind of benefit that council has to consider for a group of employees, certainly there's an upside and a downside. I think on the upside, We have had information in the past that they would like some level of benefit from the county. So this shows that we are listening and that we're prepared to act on it. I think it also has a great potential to attract new POCs to coming on board and trying us out. And I think it also shows that we are willing to offer them something unique to them, because I'm not introducing this for any other level of staff. And that equally is part of the downside, because I'm pretty sure that we will be hearing back, well, how come they get that and we don't get that? So that would certainly be a downside. And I think the bigger picture for council to consider in terms of information is, once we're prepared to launch a benefit like this, it's not going to be easy to nix it in a future year, because then it will be that sort of morale decline about, well, why did they give it to us, just to take it away later. So those are the downsides of it. And that is the presentation that I have so far on the healthcare spending account. I don't know if you want to ask questions, or you want me just to go through everything first, or?
Let's break it up in pieces and go from there. So any comments or questions in regards to this? Councillor Swan, or Councillor Loid?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. My first question on the downside, just the number of the rest of our staff, just so if that benefit was brought into all staff members, you know, I only see the one downside right now. And I'm just looking at how we could resolve that before we get to that.
In terms of staff numbers, you're really doubling up on, instead of 85 people, it would be double that times the 1,200.
CO Emmons?
Thank you, and to further add, my answer would mimic, although I believe we're a little bit heavier than the paid on call, I would say it'd probably add another 140, 145 to the 102 you see before you. Saying that, I believe we're in the bottom 10%, even as municipal staff, that don't have this. Most municipalities have this. When I was at Brazeau County, they had a health spending account of $1,000, and that was in 2006. And it could be, their rules were, it could be put towards anything physical. So actually you could take your, Councillor Cermak, you could take your $1,000 and put it to your golfing membership, because that's physical. Or you could buy a universal gym and put it in your basement. You know, or you could put it to physio or added cap replacements or whatever. But most municipal staff have this throughout Alberta.
Sorry, can I just on that though?
Absolutely.
I think what Rick is describing though is a wellness account. That's different than a healthcare spending account, because this would be a non-taxable benefit to that person, but it has to be used as per income tax regulations. It has to go towards absolute medical, which would be things like dental, physiotherapist, massage therapy. It has to be medical. If we're looking at, with all due respect, if you wanted to buy golf clubs, that automatically is a taxable benefit. And we would charge that back to the employee on the T4.
That's right.
Now,
Councillor Lowy?
would pitchfork removal? Never mind, just a joke. That's taxable, okay.
There you go. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I have, in the past, been involved in setting up a healthcare benefits in a company, and it turned out that the premium was basically double the claims. So I think this is a novel way of providing some benefit that doesn't, you know, that follows a different path than the premium I wonder how much we would be doubling up on benefits that these people who normally have other employment would be getting.
I couldn't answer that question because again, I don't know what all of them do in their other lives. But again, the focus that I was trying to present to council is I think that this is an attraction in terms of future paid on call coming to us. And I also see that as a benefit to those people who have been with us for a period of time to assist them with their medical expenses.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Graham.
It's kind of funny that they use the insurance companies use the example they could be a bomb detonator in their other life, when I would argue they kind of are as a firefighter. I mean, I don't have experience, but kind of seems like an interesting thing for them to use. And I think a really good way to shut down the why not us question is it's a unique job. It's a very unique, I don't think there's anything else in the county that compares to what firefighters do. My question is, does it include help for mental health? Are they able to get mental health help through this?
As long as it passes the income tax regs, then absolutely.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
My question would be, is this something that would be an option to opt into, or is this is this something that if they don't want it, they don't have to have it? I could see a lot of them taking it, but I'm just saying there might be those that don't want to opt into that.
I think it would depend on that particular person, but obviously when we would introduce this for them, I think that probably, you know, their spouse or their child could also take advantage as well.
So my question now is this just basically at a high level, just to see where council would recommend, and then you would bring back details at some point of what we would, or would you bring back information in regards to they'd have to be on with the service for 1 year before they would be offered this, et cetera, or whatever that would be, maybe it's 6 months, I don't know. Would you be bringing back more information as far as that, or is that too far into the weeds? You're just looking to see if this council would recommend this, or this committee would recommend to council?
Right, I guess with my first, you know, baby shoe steps on, I'm just seeing if they're, to gauge if there's interest, and if so, how much. And then I think when it comes to the details, I'd like to work with Christine and with our fire chief in terms of setting up those particulars for eligibility. And as well, I would be in contact to make sure that we did have someone administering this program. I have already had the discussion with the county's benefit agent, Hillcrest Financial, and they're certainly willing to assist in terms of helping us set this up if this is the way we're going to go.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Is my assumption correct that this would be entirely county funded?
Correct.
Okay. I don't completely understand how this paid on call system works, but I think there's a percentage of, you know, quite active people, and then there's others that are less active. Would we have some differentiation between, you know, people actually participating in the volunteer firefighter program, like actively?
I think off the top of my head, the only sort of exclusion in terms of inactive at this point, but again, I want to have the discussion further with the fire chief and then with Christine, is perhaps some of our members who are currently on a leave of absence wouldn't receive this benefit. So you would have to be active, you are answering calls and you're attending 2 calls in terms of eligibility.
Thank you.
Okay. So just for convenience, should council, just looking for clarification, should council make a motion as to whether should this committee make a motion towards support this or not now, or wait till after Ms. Anderson's presentation.
If this committee is comfortable with its discussion and is ready, I would suggest a recommendation could happen now, and then we can carry on with the other part.
Okay.
If I may, a couple of questions were asked, and I just want to make sure the answers were satisfactory. In regard to the town, so Christine and I have talked about it, and she will be preparing an agenda going forward to give the town the opportunity, and I say that intently, to see if they want to participate in this program on their share from the Station 60. That opportunity has not happened, so what we're doing before this committee today is under the assumption of not. It's not saying that administration isn't going forward to see, in the spirit of partnership, we have an agreement. Don't believe we'd be doing a service if we didn't provide the opportunity, but not relying. The other part about opting in or out, my understanding of the proposal today is it would be a dollar value, $1,200. Whatever is not spent gets carried over. So automatically all qualified firefighters would be in. If they chose not to participate, they just wouldn't spend anything, and it would be carried forward and carried forward. Did that help or not? Better?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Not your question, okay.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's long overdue. I understand the stresses and of the paid on-call firefighter service, and really anything that helps build and recognizes the effort that they put into to protect us all. It's a huge endeavor, and I appreciate those efforts, and I would be certainly supportive of having administration come back with further details with this at budget time. If that would work as a motion, I would so move.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
As we're entering into a motion and you'll be discussing said motion, I'm going to recuse from the conversation.
Thank you. So motion from Councillor Lougheed in regards to recommendation to council to recommend to bring back information in regards to said program is what I heard during the 2024 budget. Nope. Ms. Horan?
I think Ms. Anderson just had something else she wanted to state, but also that it would be included in the 2024 budget, and then just to clarify,
okay,
that's what you want or not want.
Okay. As a start, per se, January 1st of this program would start as of January 2024. Okay. Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, no, I'll just give I will support this. I know when there is a tragedy, for residents of Clearwater County or visitors through the county, emergency services is the #1 most important thing at that time. So, support emergency services and stuff. I will support this motion, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. So, if I could get,
Just actually two clarifications.
Two clarifications?
Two after the facts, and now it's.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
So sorry. What I'm hoping we meant was that it wouldn't be the amount that would carry forward ad infinitum. So it's not like a person could bank up 24 grand if we had this program. It's the commitment to that budget figure would carry forward to future budget years. But if you use up the benefit or you don't use it at all, then it's gone, and then it's reintroduced in the following budget year.
It resets.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know. Everybody understand? Okay.
That was part one.
That
The
was part
second
one. Part two.
And I always have to really watch this because.
That's okay.
Because Rick is my boss, so I always have to always make sure. So the problem that I see with downloading some of this to the town is, again, I go back to, we are the employer of record, which means that we're responsible for their employment. We're the ones that issue the T4. We take the risks, we pay the WCB. All of that is connected. To me, it would be complicated if we start splitting out that premium cost, if we are gonna go ahead with this.
We understand that, the program, I think we understand that this council, this committee of council, supports the overarching, benefit that this healthcare spending account, and I like the fact that you've reiterated that it is specifically for medical, and with that, and as we all know that, our firefighters are breathing in fumes and exposing themselves to the health risks that not everyday employees are. Councillor Ratcliffe, your light's blinking.
Yes, I just wanted to say that even though it would be entirely funded by the county under the fire agreements, talking to our partners about it, I think is admirable.
Very good. Are we finished with this topic? I can invite Deputy Reeve Melhoff back, please. Thank you. Now we're carrying on to the employee benefit recognition portion. Awesome. Okay, carrying on.
Thank you. This program that we have at the county has been in place way before I started here, which was in 2012. And so basically, and we do have a separate one for our paid on call, by the way, separate procedure for recognition. So what the recognition program is that we take a look at milestone years of service, and we do have them listed. We have quite a few. And traditionally, what we've also done at the time when someone is hitting a milestone year is we provide them with a certificate of appreciation that's signed by the employee's director. They receive a lapel pin or a service pin, and then they receive a one-time amount on their paycheck, and that is taxable income. And so we've had this in practice for quite a while. And how we recognize the county employees is at our staff meeting events. Their pictures are shown as part of the PowerPoint presentation. So we generally hit that group of staff in the spring and then in the fall. So interestingly enough, I'll let it go to the next one, thank you. So we did our own little mini survey earlier this year and asked our employees, so what do you think about our employee recognition program? And what we found was that the majority aren't really too interested in receiving the lapel pins anymore. This may very well be because most of the employees who are in our under 5 years with us group probably don't know what a lapel pin is. So that is kind of interesting dynamics as we're moving forward. So what we ended up hearing back in return is, well, you could always give us a gift card. And of course, there's the standard, well, how about some more time off? But then I think in terms of the suggestions that were coming forward was, well, can you increase that amount, that one-time amount that I receive on my milestone year? So I guess what we're taking a look at is to not go forward with the service pins for those staff that will be hitting our 5-year milestone mark. We would only keep ordering those for our employees at the 10, 15, and 20-year mark. We're also taking a look at proposing that we increase the amount that we do issue. And again, this is a one-time amount on their anniversary month with us. And then once that's done, it's done. And then the other thing that we'd like to take a look at is actually having some sort of luncheon. And that, I think, with our CAO being able to congratulate the group as a whole, I think it would kind of make it a little bit more special. So that's part of the proposal that I have going forward. So then on the next slide. If our demographics stays the same as it had this year, because every April I do a demographics based on the information that I'm providing you today, it would mean an additional $37,950 on the operating budget per year. So you can tell from our staff demographics from the recent report that we ran in April, we have a number of employees, again, at the 5-year mark of service and 10-year mark of service. I don't think that we'll see too many employees in future aside from our CAO and one of our payroll administrators who started at the county when they were 10 years of age. Worked many, many decades with us. So we don't see that probably going based on the trends that we're seeing now. We hope that we're able to retain our long service employees, but we also recognize the reality check that probably we're gonna see more coming in with us and probably staying with us for at least the first 5 years. Back in my HR mythology that doesn't exist anymore, I was always told that if you can keep an employee for 5 years, you've got that employee forever, and that's no longer true anymore. So we always have to take a look at what's going on with us and how can we improve it. So then, thank you, Ellen. So what I just wanted to show you and contrast was in the first column, we didn't change these amounts until 2020, and then we increased them as per the second column. And what the proposal is for you is to take a look at how we could change it now, and with the recommendation we wouldn't be taking a look at this till probably 2030. So that, again, is presented as information.
Okay. All right, looking for comments and questions for Ms. Anderson. You know, that 40-year bracket. Who would want it? No, just kidding. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. All right, Deputy Melhoff.
Now we know why he really came back. I have never really been a fan of employee recognition via dollars like this. Because it's already a paid position, you're already getting a salary. I've always been more of a fan of it being something. Like, and I know that your survey has said not lapel pins. Like you said, they may not know what lapels are, and that might be why they don't like it. But I've always been a fan of something, like Imperial Oil, for example. When I worked for them, it was a wooden, it looked like a book when you opened it, and you put, instead of the lapel pins, they had little basically exactly what you put on your lapel, but you put it into the book, like the wooden thing, and that's what you had as a recognition of the time that you spent with them, rather than it being a monetary value. I've always been a fan of it being some type of recognition back that also benefits Clearwater County. It shows that this, you look at how long you were with us, and it shows the people that go to their home, should they choose to present it either in their office or their home, that, wow, look at all the time you spent with Clearwater County. Like, that's always been more of the philosophy that I've liked. I mean, I'm sure people always like a check, but I like a thing more than a dollar value. Just my 2 cents.
Councillor Lohi.
I tend to concur that ultimately we all earn money. We use it for however we want, but there's something about achieving an exclusive award for an accomplishment. I'll just say that I have a nice polished brass axe at home. I have an axe sitting in the shop, but the polished brass axe sits in a position of importance within my world, because I know what that accomplishment and that recognition meant. And I think there is something to be said about at least a portion of that being something that is exclusive, that if you're involved in the service at the time or involved in employment, you may not appreciate it, but at some point in time you won't be, and you may appreciate that recognition more than you do a few dollars. Just saying.
Okay, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Belhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an opportunity to review this? And maybe it's not a lapel pin, but it is more all-encompassing. Like, I'm sure we can find something the same level of pike pole, brass axe type world. I mean, the fire service is very, very rooted in their tradition, so I don't necessarily know that a grader operator, is there an equivalent in that world? I don't know. Maybe we can start a new trend, and is there a polished grader operator thing that we can do? I'm just trying to come up with some solutions that have the same type of value that you would hold true to your axe.
Bronze stick of dynamite and some chains.
Excellent.
That would probably exceed any of them.
Exceed the price. There you go. I do know, sitting on the Rocky Senior Housing Council, we did look at recognition as well, but it is a tough go in regards. I mean, we do want to reward those 25, 30 years. I mean, they've put up with a lot being around for that long. So, but at the 5 and 10 year mark, to me, there's still that, you're here because you want gainful employment, and yes, you're working for the county, but maybe it is, I like the appreciation lunch, but I think we're doing that anyways through our staff meetings, your spring and your fall, recognition amongst your peers, and not only the CAO, but in that particular, how these have bumped up, I'm not sure. I'm looking for other comments. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I have to agree with the other comments that something unique and special carries more meaning than, especially if it's got your name on it, than a check with your name on it. That it becomes a keepsake memento that you were personally recognized.
Councillor Graham.
I don't super like the recognitions at all, personally, because people get missed, and that's not, it's not fair for people to be sitting there and watching other people who have been here less time than them get recognized. But I don't know, I would almost see if we could do an option, like you can choose at the start of your 5th year, do you want a $100 check, or do you want a Tonka toy grater that we painted red or something, I don't know, to make it unique. But I actually do like the idea of the luncheon, because it's special, it's not everyone. I think that's a cool idea. And something that I would maybe bring up too would be, this year we actually had a truck driver who was here for 40 years almost, probably, an individual in Condor. who retired, and I don't know, I feel that that should be recognized too. I know that they're not an employee, but when they contract to here for over 40 years, I think that's something that deserves recognition as well personally. I don't think the rest, like the 5 years and stuff, I think just those big, long ones in contractors should be recognized too. I don't plan on contracting that long, so it's not a pecuniary interest. But that's just something to consider. I think those 40-year, I don't know, I think that individual deserves recognition for how long he was here. And so I just thought I'd bring that up during this conversation as well.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, you've just triggered my memory. I know my husband were working up north, you know, their recognition was basically a catalog. They had to pick out of 4 items or 5 items on those particular years and in that instance, and it was whether they want whatever that was looking at. So go ahead, Janice.
Thank you for that, because actually that's the difficulty with the stuff. We'd have to find a vendor that would be able to have that kind of variety, and we don't have the staff base that would make something like that easy. So we would probably end up just, you know, coming up with gift certificates to the co-op, because then that could be standard. So that's the problem with the stuff. Like, we don't have that kind of base that would command a vendor being interested enough to have that kind of variety for us.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an opportunity for us to kind of park this until we can come up with maybe some other suggestions? We could probably spend all day coming up with ideas of what each year should look like, et cetera. And just like our vision for Nordegg, it was recommended that staff look at it, come and bring a recommendation back to us for how to do the road rather than us saying how to build the road. Perhaps the same thing can be true for this, that we request that you look into more options and bring it back for us to look at.
CEO Ammons?
So this was in preparation for budget. If this is that hard, I would suggest that HR can bring forward a larger plan and introduce it as a strategic plan in 2024 for 25 budget. You know, this was to prepare this committee, to prepare council for budget. Doesn't sound like that's gonna happen, so it can get into a bigger conversation. The one thing I will say, and I need to say it quite delicately, and I'm not great at that, the difference between oil field and Clearwater County is if you're wearing a Husky jacket out there in the community, you're not gonna be attacked. Staff tend to be a little more conscious of wearing labels when they go to Sobeys, because it's hard to get out of there with bread. So there is a bit of a difference there.
Thank you for that. All right, what is Councillor Graham?
We could create like an inside joke, like you have a pink peony sticker or something, and that's your 5-year thing. I don't know. I was just gonna say, looking for budget. I personally think the numbers existing from 2020 are good though. Because I'm guessing that's information that you need to know for moving forward with your planning. So for me, I think that the numbers that we're at are adequate personally.
All right, looking for a motion. I guess you would like a motion in regards to just either hold the line or change is what we're looking for. In regards to employee recognition. So we would be recommendation to council to hold the employee recommendation or employee recognition levels as presented, or bring back. I know we took some talk about bringing back some more, or what is this committee's wishes? Do they want more? I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I'll take a shot at it. I would like to make a motion that the committee recommends to council that HR looks at possibilities for employee recognition remaining in this existing price range and adds a luncheon to celebrating employees. I don't know how to say that. Employees celebrating the years with the CAO. Does that make sense to everyone?
At the luncheon, hold the recognition in the table as presented and add a luncheon is what you're
Yeah, so what I
suggesting.
was getting at was it's the same price range, but it can be options of momentums instead of money if people choose. And then there's also a lunch with the CAO, with the people who are being celebrated.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just looking for the clarification. Is what I'm hearing is there's no money at all and it's just gonna be stuff? Is that what this is?
My intention is the option. So you can have your checklist, even if it's a county jacket or something.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so part of the problem with that, again, when an employer introduces something, and they've had that in practice for a long, long time, and then they're gonna ditch it, we have to then go through employment standards and notify each employee based on their year's service, you're no longer getting this.
But they would still get it. It would just be the option of, do you want cash or do you want one of these options of momentums?
I guess for clarification, Councillor Graham, I would say that we do have a county catalog if they wish to buy a jacket or shirt or whatever else. That is up, there is the program within existing that if it would just be the financial contribution and the luncheon is what I understood the motion to be. So that if they wanted those particular items, they could get that on their own terms.
Well, that was just an example of something, that's the whole point of the motion is that HR can look into what options could be that are within that price range. So the program still exists, you just have options. It's not just here's your check, because we heard that people don't just want to check. You can have the checklist, which someone said that, I don't remember who, but it's, you know, you have these 4 options, you can choose a check or one of these 3 items. Is this, does this make any sense
This is
to
getting
anyone?
convoluted.
Or just
No,
in my
this is
head?
why we're talking. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is this part of the full employment compensation? So like, when you get every year, some employers choose to send out a comprehensive compensation list where they show, you know, this is how much it actually costs to have you as an employee. Like, this is how much your wage is, but this is how much your benefits are, and this is how much your truck is, and this is how much your, all the other things the county has to provide, your WCB and your CPPEI. Is this in there as well? Is it part of your full comprehensive employment compensation package?
We wouldn't do that because, again, for those employees with less than 5 years, that's meaningless. Payroll always generates at the end of the year, how much the group plans cost the county versus what the employees pay. So we do provide that full disclosure in every pay statement at the beginning of the new year.
Okay. The reason I asked is because you said that every employee would have to be notified. So I thought that's only if it's part of their compensation package.
Program.
Okay.
That's what I meant. That's what was confusing to me.
Okay.
If it's just about stuff and there's no more money, then we would have to notify them. Because we've had the program in since before I got here. So it's been long-standing.
So what I'm hearing is if the simpler, the better. And so what's being presented is, you know, money going forward, you know, an increase, or there was a suggestion of a luncheon. And so with the feedback that we've all provided, some were like, we want to hold the line of the 2020 for this particular point in time. We add the luncheon and then have HR bring back an opportunity at some point in time at a future strategic plan for possible increase. But just at this time, just to add the luncheon is what we're considering. No, I know, and that's why I'm asking for clarification right now.
The motion is we stick with the existing numbers, so the 100, 200, 300, 400. And because I heard that people want things, or would prefer to receive something than a check. So then HR can go and figure out some things that they could have an option. We're not existing the program, we're not canceling the program, we're giving people options of, would you like this check or would you like this grader toy, for example? That would probably, they would probably not like the grader toy, but, just the options, and then also have the luncheon. But with the existing price line of the 2020 numbers, does that make sense?
And I've also heard Ms. Anderson say is she can't guarantee those items in the future. So like anything over time, those items will switch out because of availability, and I understand the fact that you may not have the same supplier, and that isn't, it could be like you had mentioned, right, a co-op gift card at some point in time, that could be part of one as well, so.
You might as well just do a check then, though.
Oh, I agree, but.
Would council
yes.
just prefer a check? Would that be easier? I can change my motion or withdraw it and make a new one.
I think we should just leave it.
Councillor Cermak?
Administration bring back what they propose it in for 2025.
For price?
For the increase, if there is an increase.
Okay.
Well, we have the increase proposal here.
I
So
would just
Councillor-
assume leave it at the 2020 level.
Leave
right
it at
now.
the 2020 level, and with the luncheon,
Yep.
and no option for,
I can withdraw my motion and we can make that the motion, because
okay,
everyone's very confused by me and I apologize for
no
that.
worries. So then Councillor Cermak? So Councillor Graham, you're going to withdraw your motion? Councillor Cermak, would you make the motion?
I will make the motion that we leave it at the existing 2020 with a luncheon with the CAO of anybody that is at those milestones.
Okay, with the direction of at some point to bring back the increases or other options in future years.
Yeah, because I like the brass act, because I have stuff from when I was employed. Money is not a big deal, but that piece of merchandise is. I have a watch that says that my company met a milestone of $1 million for 1 month.
Okay. No. Everyone, okay. Councillor Lowy.
I'm just not sure that us spending time with the CEO might be viewed as a positive thing. Just kidding.
Well, we could add and their choice of who they want to have supper with.
Choice of the luncheon, there you go.
Maybe it would be with Councillor Darrell Loughy.
There you go.
Fate worse than death.
All right, okay, so there's a motion before us. I will ask the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. All right, part 3.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I didn't have the opportunity to say why I was opposed, and I think that's an important thing. It's not because I don't think our staff deserve recognition. I 100% feel that they do. It is simply that I think that we need to take a deeper look into how we recognize our staff, because I believe that that is super important. It's not that I don't think they deserve recognized. And I just wanted to make sure that I took the opportunity to note that, because our staff are amazing and they deserve the recognition. I just think that we need to take a holistic view of how we recognize them.
Thank you for that. Go ahead.
So the last part of the presentation, I'm glad Kurt's here, and I'm especially glad Rick is here. So here's the quiz. What's the hardest and dirtiest seasonal job we have at the county?
Counselor.
Where you wreck your work boots, you wreck your clothes, your work gloves, can't put stuff through the washer, and the smell of work doesn't leave your clothing. You walk in the hot sun, you breathe in a lot of chemicals, and the work is very physically challenging and yet mentally boring.
Weed sprayer.
That sounds like working for a living.
So, correct answer is if you're on our crack seal crew for the summer. we go. So, the past two recruiting seasons have not been easy for us. We frequently have a lot of no-shows among our seasonal staff. Some of them quit us before the program ends, and then we don't have enough folks left over to finish up the work. To counteract, we've had some of our higher paid staff work alongside this lowest paid staff in order to complete the program, and no surprise here, pay gets discussed. And so then if you're on the low end of that pay scale and you're working with someone that's making quite a bit more than you, you're kind of wondering, well, what's going on here? This is also the group of staff, after they work for us for one season, they don't want to come back and work crack seal again. No way. They'll work in any other program, but not crack seal. So where we have our bigger success in terms of returning seasonal staff is if we've hired you to be equipment operator, pesticide applicator, or even a laborer in our ag programs. So we need to do something different. I know that when I first discussed this with Rick, and he was talking about in the oldie goldie days when he started at the county when he was 10, that he would be rotated as a general labor throughout any department and doing a whole variety of work. But we don't actually do that anymore because job assignments are assigned job codes, and job codes are part of budget to know exactly to the 5 cents what a program costs us. So we can't have or don't have the liberty of assigning someone, well, maybe you'll be mowing grass at the cemetery for a couple weeks and then, yeah, we're gonna put you on crack seal, and then, but guess what? We're also gonna send you up to Nordegg to do some maintenance up there. So we don't have that luxury. So when I discussed it with Rick, I actually brought forth an idea that one of our staff talked to me about, because he was in charge of our crack seal crew last year, Logan, and he said to me, can we do something different for them? Can we pay them some kind of stipend? So just on the next slide, Alana, thanks. So when we hire a crack seal crew, it's $22.32 an hour. If they return to us in the second year, and none of them do, it would have been $23.20 an hour. And then if they return to us in the third year, and none of them do, then we would up it to $24.14 an hour. So this proposal is only for our crack seal crew, as hired as general laborers. And when I discussed it with Rick, he thought, well, maybe, you know what, the stipend would be a good idea. So we're taking a look at a stipend of 10%. Now, although this topic may seem a bit in the weeds, the reason why it's coming forward is because we don't normally pay stipends to any staff group. So that's why this is coming forward as an idea. So in terms of that cost, if we are introducing a stipend for our crack seal crew, and it would only be for this crew because the other ones are a lot easier for us to recruit and retain, this would cost us an additional $14,272 to our operating budget.
That's it. All right, Deputy Reeve Melhoff for questions.
Thank you, Reeve. I like the outside the box thinking. We can't just make it a prerequisite for all the other summer programs that you have to have done a year of crack sealing. Like that's not be like a gateway to get to ag. You must crack seal. Like that can't be that can't be a rule. Like you can spray weeds, but not until you've crack sealed for a year. Like no? Oh, okay. Council nomination paperwork, you must have crack sealed. Do we do a boot allowance or anything like that?
We do provide that.
You do? Okay. Because that was where my brain initially went, is like, how about we can do some type of program for boot allowance or gloves, but you're saying that we already do that. I'm not against doing a stipend at all, but I do worry about what it looks like for all of the other seasonal positions that are also potentially difficult to staff. It's, there's an issue across all seasonal industries of having a hard time getting staff. And I worry that if we do a stipend here, we're gonna be doing a stipend for I'm sorry, I don't know the correct term for the sign holder, traffic mitigation specialist. For that person, yeah, the flag person, or the operator, or the weed inspector. Like, I worry that it will snowball into all of the
Again,
seasonal areas.
This is the group that has been the difficulty for us to recruit and retain. The other ones, we do not have a
There
problem
isn't.
with at all. We just don't.
Oh.
Councillor Graham.
I struggle with this. I would not want to do crack sealing, and I totally understand that, but the county does supply boots, coveralls, gloves, everything, as far as I'm aware. There are a lot of hard jobs at the county that you're in the sun all day, that you're getting dirty all day, that you can't put your stuff through the washing machine, and I think that that's a pretty good starting salary for them personally. It's unskilled labor. It's a great gateway into the county, like you said. I don't know. I struggle with increasing that. I believe I know the person that you said runs the program, and if it is who I'm thinking of, he's great. I don't think he's a problem at all. But I wonder if it's the people in the last couple of years that have been hired that are the problem. And I don't know anyone who's done it or anything. I don't know. I could be totally wrong saying that. But I know historically, seeing the crews, there have been summers that the crews are awesome and every single one of them is back the next year doing other jobs. And there have been years that you just aren't really sure how they made it to work that morning because they're just not, it's just the years of hiring. And I think that happens in every job. But I don't know. I wonder if the last couple of years have just been the people that have been hired. I know we've had people who in construction who haven't made it through the summers either the last couple of years. So I really struggle with giving the stipend. I don't know. I don't know that I can support this.
Councillor Cermak.
I have a whole different outlook on this one.
Okay.
That's a fairly good wage, 22, 32 for somebody probably still going to school or college. I take it they have to be over 18, right? And if we're having a hell of a time retaining people for the whole summer for crack filling, why don't we put it in their contract when they sign up that they have to be for the whole summer crack filling? And then they get a $2,000 or $3,000 bonus at the end of the year if they don't miss any days and do their job adequately according to their foreman.
Like a performance bonus.
Yep, of $3,000 or whatever amount you wish. What would they make in the summer working at this wage?
I've got it up on, it's just that additional cost. So what we would be taking is just that 22, 32, 40 hours a week times 16 weeks times 10 workers, and that's what the cost is. This just shows what the additional stipend would cost.
Okay, so you help me figure that out then.
There you go.
So it's 22
to
32 times 40 times 16.
Yeah, and that would be per person.
That's one.
So that's $14,000. 1428. So would realistically a $4,000 bonus just for crack filling if you stay the summer and you work and you don't renege on your shifts. That's a performance bonus.
You've worked it. What do you?
Or are we going against labor
Actually-
laws?
I'm seeing $1,400 of a bonus if, yes.
Well, that's 10%.
Yeah, a 10% bonus if they make the end of the
Yep.
summer.
And I
So
don't
15.
think that'll keep you to retain somebody to work in that. For
In
the
that
whole summer
environment?
and to come back.
In that environment, you're saying a higher percentage,
Yep, at least 2,800, double, 20%.
20%? Okay,
A bonus of 20% their wage if they stay the summer.
work every day.
And they work accordingly and it's approved by their foreman.
Okay. It's a suggestion out there. I will go to Councillor Lougheed.
Interesting discussion. I think we spent about 10% of that already just talking about it. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, if we can't retain the employees to do the work, then the other option is to contract that service out to somebody else. And I would suggest it probably will cost more than what we're talking about, but I don't know that, but I would suggest it probably would. So I think our options here are try to retain those people that are trained and part of that work schedule. And you mean if it costs us a bit more to retain that, it's 10 workers out of our entire workforce for 16 weeks. I don't know how much time we want to spend digging into this, but I'm kind of at my tolerance level. But.
So what is your opinion in regards to stipend or a bonus, or leave it as is?
Well, I see the proposal there of offering a stipend for those few that are in one of the less desirable jobs that we have out there, and that's maybe a way of moving forward as opposed to putting it up for a contracted service with private industry.
Very good. Good points. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
That was my next question, was contract services. We can't fill it, what does a contract service look like, and shifting it out to people?
Go ahead, Mr. Magnus.
It's not so much on, definitely let me go this way. The cost will significantly increase if you go contracted services, but it's not so much that we're worried about. Obviously, we want to be prudent and good stewards to the community fund, so that's why we do it in-house. It's whether or not we're able to retain the services of a contractor to do it. I'll give you an example. So we do line painting every year, and we were lucky enough to get the line painters the week prior to our snowfall. That's when they were able to get to us. So to get a crew out, in terms of industry out there, to be able to do the necessary crack sealing that's required, 100% fulfillment of that contract, is very slim in regards to having that happen. And that's essentially why we do it in-house.
Councillor Northcott.
Excuse me, thank you. I support this. I support blue-collar workers that provide valuable goods or service to society. Just a small little example. You know, the area structure plans that were built for Condor and Lestyville, they cost a lot of money, and for the planning consultants, that was a significant amount of money. Went to a piece of paper, and really it's just based on assumptions. So if some of those, you know, I absolutely would support this for sure for the people that are in a blue collar position that provide a valuable good or service to society. Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I kind of like the idea of having the bonus that you only get if you finish the job, but in an effort to terminate the conversation, let's try one thing and see how it works. The stipend is proposed, let's try that and see how that works, and we can come up with a different plan if it doesn't produce the results we need.
Alrighty. Two proposals have been been shown to us. One is suggested through Councillor Cermak as a end-of-the-year bonus, and one has been presented by administration. How does this committee feel? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I will just make the motion that as per staff recommendation, we move forward with this program. I do foresee this being an ask for the other programs, but when I look at it, it also would make sense, because if it's somebody that's returning, they should be worth more. They've already done the job, their training is gonna be cheaper, they know what's going on. So theoretically, somebody who's coming back on the job should be worth more per hour anyway. So this I think will be easier for you guys to also facilitate. So I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Graham?
When you return, you do actually get a pay increase every year already for the other positions as well, but I will not, I've already voiced that I won't be supporting this. There's a lot of hard jobs at the county, and I think to choose one and give them a bonus essentially is not fair to the rest of them, so I will not be supporting this.
All right. Councillor
I guess I will be supporting this. Unfortunately, the labor laws have moved us away from indentured servants, so this is the next best, so let's go with this.
All righty, thank you. All right, there's no further comments. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we're gonna take a recess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back. We're now at the closed session of our agenda. If we could have a motion to go into closed session, please. Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. We just came out of closed session, and there will be a couple of motions that we would like to entertain. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. The committee recommends to council to add NDP 14 and NDP 17 in 2024 budget as discussed in closed session.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried. Okay, there'll be another motion. I'll make that motion that the committee recommends to council to locate the central waste transfer site at the temporary location. Is there any discussion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
I will be voting against this today. I have said numerous times in numerous other meetings my feelings on the current location. I won't take up any more of your time to go into detail. You can refer to previous live streamed meetings.
Thank you. Okay, any more further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Anything further? If not, we have one last agenda item, and that is adjournment. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Northcott? Thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Carried. All right, thank you very much for attending, and see ya on the flip side.